Good morning, everyone. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in or who's going to tune in. My name is Kayla King. I am the host of the Patchwork Feminist here on USC campus, and welcome to our Doors to Dream Podcast-a-Thon. I'm so excited for this, and with me, I have one of the co-founders of Doors to Dream. So I would allow her to introduce herself.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me and for hosting this entire day in honor of Doors to Dream. I am Carrie Dunn, and yes, I'm one of the co-founders for Doors to Dream, and I'm also the executive director. And Doors to Dream is a nonprofit here in Charleston, South Carolina, really working to empower young adults. I want to call them young adults. They're high schoolers, but they are high schoolers that are looking to a bright future, and we want them to feel equipped to pursue that and to have doors open to them.
So excited to have you here. Along with her being our first guest, she's also going to be our first co-host for the next hour and a half. So super excited to have her, super excited to be working with this organization. So my first question to you is, how did Doors to Dream get started? How did you get involved with community service? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. Great first question. I guess it sort of allows me to set a timeline of where this began for me, even before moving to Charleston. So I have a master's degree in occupational therapy, occupational science from University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. And during my training there's a very traditional way of using occupational therapy. You might know of someone who's had a stroke and needs rehab for how to start to be able to get dressed again if they've lost use of one side of their body. That would be in a rehab, older adult setting. Or you might think of an occupational therapist as coming in with little kids who have special needs and helping them learn to write or play. And so in that process of learning to be an occupational therapist, you look for needs. You look to see what is the need and how do we assess that, and what do I do to help the person be as successful as they can be. And so as I was doing that in a very traditional sense, I felt like, there's a lot of other needs around me. I lived in Philadelphia. I was born in Philadelphia and was then back living there after graduate school and working in different nooks of the city. So some were places that were more of an upper middle class or middle class setting. Some were very impoverished. And I felt like, I have time to offer. What if I could find different places in our city who could use me, who I could just come in and offer a lens to say, hey, what's a need here and how can I help? So I volunteered in a small class of they were mostly Spanish-speaking children. I have a real heart for Spanish-speaking people, and I know Spanish, and so it's just sweet to go in and love on a class. I called myself like an undercover OT in that setting. So I think I've just felt inclined to want to serve simply for the benefit that is for someone else, and that it's so much joy for me. So I had then that section of life where you have children and I was already married, but then I had 3 little boys over the course of, 6 years, and we moved to different cities, and we landed in Charleston, South Carolina for my husband's job. And it became clear to me that there was an opportunity here for me to think outside the box a little bit. And a dear friend of mine, Hope Caldwell, was actively pursuing a way to engage businesses in social impact projects. So social impact projects being as small as, food pantry drives, or as big as joining in with Habitat for Humanity for a day and doing huge projects. So we actually collaborated to come up with a specific social impact project called the Clubhouse. We were building playhouses for kids with cancer. And in that journey, we got to see people come together, do a project alongside each other for an afternoon. And the child receiving the Clubhouse was overjoyed. The family of that child felt tremendous joy. And the people who did the project maybe even walked away the most changed. And the idea that participating in community service or a project like that doesn't require any special skill set, doesn't require that you are a certain age. It just asks you to have a desire to do it. And what would it look like if engaging high schoolers in lower economic areas who have not been given all the advantages that maybe same-aged peers might have, who've grown up with different circumstances? What would that look like if they were picked special to say, let's do a project together? What do you care about? What need do you see? I want to hear your voice in this. And so that allowed us to begin a conversation with a local high school here and say, we have this idea for a project-based kind of curriculum almost, so to speak, or club. Would you let us try it with you? And we were lucky enough to go in at Burke High School. We made connections with some teachers there who said, hey, I'd love for you to work with our 10th grade. It wasn't really world history, but it was like their history class, like sort of understanding communities. And would you meet with, we'll pick some students. So they picked 6 students that were incredible. Students who they knew had a heart for this and could excel. And we created a project to do that year with them, where we collected toys for the local hospital here, MUSC. We donated toys to that pediatric wing, but we also included the entire sophomore class. So they were the leaders of that. We did a big assembly. They all had to compete to fill the toys into the right bins and organize them. And our students spoke and introduced it. And the leaders, our students became a team. They learned how to be team players. They learned how to research what were the right toys to get for the kids. They had to fundraise. They had to network. So all those skills that then were incorporated into a project that they were passionate about and was opening doors for them. So that's how it all began. And that was just a few years ago. That was in, I guess, spring of 2018.
Oh.
And yeah, a little bit about how it started.
Wow, that's amazing. And it seems like the kids at Burke really enjoyed the projects that they put together as well, too.
They really did. You know, when you participate in a yard cleanup, we did that recently, and we got there and everybody's like, oh, this is a lot of work. Are we going to make it through? Are we going to actually accomplish this? You know, so the beginning of a project, you feel like, I'm not sure. Are we going to be able to do it? And then at the end, you have worked for 3 hours and you think, wow, look what we just accomplished. And so the same thing happened over the course of those months, meeting once a week for 45 minutes. They had to like buy into the idea that each little piece that we were putting together in this puzzle was going to culminate into this bigger project where they got to say, wait a second, we did that? And it was so sweet the day we delivered the toys to the hospital. The students were greeted by staff at MUSC. It was so important for the students to get to feel the experience of the gratitude of what they had done. And the staff there went, over the top to thank them, but it was genuine. They were really impressed with what our students had done. And then as we were leaving, they were just on such a high. But one unexpected outcome was that these 6 students were able to say to each other, we weren't really friends. I wouldn't have picked you to be on my team. And then they said, but now we feel like family. Like, I feel like I can depend on you in a different way. And because of that, it really did show me that even the things that I intend to accomplish in a project like this, it will always exceed what I can expect. And those unexpected outcomes of relationships that are solidified, the things I'll never know, the ways that they then carry with them, like a small gem of confidence that they got from, coaching from me saying, that's a great phrase you just used to communicate what we're doing. Hold on to that. You use your words. They were great. Just to hear somebody affirm in them that what they've come up with on their own, that is their own unique idea, they should own it and use it and feel confident and build upon it. So that's kind of the gears that are turning behind the mechanism of the social impact project. That is the maybe technicolor thing that's on the outside. That's what everybody's seeing happening. But all the ways that we're developing the individual student behind the scenes are what we are hoping will continue to help the students transform and become incredibly effective leaders in the future.
Awesome. So I know you touched on you working with high school students, and I just want to know what kind of gauge you towards high school students?
That's a great, I love that question. It's interesting because there are a lot of programs that exist in the younger years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's research based. You know, the earlier that we intervene with kids and we get them into good reading programs and we get them, you know, supported by a system, the stronger the outcomes are. I have a unique passion for high schoolers. I find them to be I love high school. I think college age. I love little kids. I worked with little kids as an OT. I also did a little youth ministry as a volunteer in my church. And I think that there's a really interesting formation of character and development that happens in those years of high school that can be overlooked. It can be a really awesome place to be alongside someone. I love the idea of being alongside someone shoulder to shoulder and spurring them on towards their goals. So I think the idea of coming into a space where you already have some formed ideas and allowing it to still be their own and then pushing forward. So that's one reason. And another reason is, like I said, there's a lot of programs at the younger years. So I don't want for high schoolers who might still be struggling. You know, there's an opportunity gap that exists. There's an academic gap that exists. You know, I read the needs assessment that College of Charleston did for our city, looking at the ways that, particularly looking at race and the ways that white and Black students are performing differently, or at least showing that on tests. So how do we get in there and say, okay, so this opportunity gap exists. These kids aren't getting access to the same upward mobility or same job opportunities in the summer or the same internships or whatever other course things they might be able to access. They also have an academic gap from whatever, you know, they've experienced up until this point. Well, so do we just wash our hands of that and say, well, they got a gap, so be it. And I felt like, no, there's not, hope is not lost. There is still opportunity to step in and say, hey, you've got so much to offer the world. Like, what do we do to fine tune things or support you? Really, it's all about allowing them to see how much they have inside them and activating that and helping to pull in other resources to continue them along a trajectory towards their personal desire for success. I'm not telling them what that looks like. It's what they might dream to do. And at some point along the road have heard, no, you're not going to make it. And I don't want them to hear you're not going to make it. So that's part of the reason why high schoolers are particularly strongly on my heart.
I can agree with you. High schoolers, I love elementary school kids and middle school kids, but high schoolers, they're fun kids to be around. They offer so much and they're so creative and witty too.
Yes, exactly. Their creativity is something that if tapped into, I mean, it's so much potential for things we've never heard before, you know, and they're in that cool stage where they're so confident that they're gonna go after it if given the opportunity, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes they're scared of what people think, but sometimes they're really not.
That's true, because a lot of high school students, once they have an idea, they're unstoppable. You can't tell them this is not going to happen. They're very confident in their abilities. Yeah, I got this for sure.
Exactly. And so I want to hear them say those things and then really ensure that they get access to what they need and not let them lose their footing in it.
Exactly. So you talked a lot about programs that you guys have did and projects that you have done with the clubhouse and the toy drive. But I want to know, what has personally been your favorite project that you guys have done? And do you guys have any upcoming projects or projects you've worked on recently?
So we just completed it was a very special project. As I mentioned, we started with these clubhouses with a friend of mine, and that's what sort of created the spark, so to speak, of the idea to engage high schoolers this way. And so we had a clubhouse that we were able to donate. So when I talk about a clubhouse, you're like, what is this clubhouse? There are pictures on our website, but you build a playhouse for a backyard that kids, I would say even my 10-year-old still thinks is charming, but it's mostly for kids ages, 3 to 8. And we thought, oh, our kids, we can't be inside right now with COVID. And we would love to just get some of our students together and get the community together. The Mayor Tecklenburg, who is hopefully he's going to be on later today on the podcast with Kayla. He and Sam, our director of programming, he's also going to be on a little bit later. They got to talking and the mayor was excited about us. And so this big project came to fruition, and it was a collaboration between another nonprofit, the Pink House, which is an after school and basically a community center in a neighborhood where kids just come, and Reverend King is so focused on helping these students learn to read and have a space where they can be safe and play. And it's in West Ashley, a little bit outside of downtown Charleston. So anyway, we were able to bring together people from the Pink House, kids from that community, our high school students, the mayor, the Rotary Club, lots of volunteers that have engaged with Doors to Dream over the last 3 or 4 years. And it was spectacular. Our founder, Hope Caldwell, she is the one that kind of does these clubhouses for her business. And she's a powerhouse and amazing. And she helped the team who were like, wait, I don't know how to use a drill, or where am I supposed to put the roof? And wait, this isn't fitting. And everybody worked together. We completed it in less than 3 hours. I think it was actually in 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
I think the students felt a little out of place. They were like, oh, we don't know how to do this. But we got 7, I think it was 7. It might have been, I might be wrong on the number, but it was 7, at least 7 students there on a Saturday morning, high school students out. It was just fun. So that was definitely, that's our we have one other recent project that I might let Sam talk about because it's been a really sweet project he's created and done. But that one we just did November 14th, and it was really special. I would say besides that pilot program I talked about with those 6 students, those 6 sophomores, that was incredibly special personally, because it was the trial mode. It was is this going to work? Are kids going to are these high schoolers going to like this? How do we really engage them in all the thinking of it? So for me, I was able to be the leader of that with these 6 students, and we created a connection that's very special. And so it's been hard with COVID to not be in the school. And that's this year. We were in the school last year and able to do after school tutoring and support some academic needs. And we were also meeting during lunches to create a project. The students are super passionate about the homeless community in Charleston, as are many people here. And I think they just wanted their own moment to say, we think about you differently. We want to write notes to you. We want to talk to you about resources in the community that we want you to get access to. We care about your mental health. They wanted to prepare them a meal because they were in a culinary class and they thought, what can I do with this skill that I've now just gained in culinary? So they had planned all of the steps for this project, and it was supposed to happen in March, the Thursday after things shut down.
Oh, no.
So they missed getting to do the final step of it, but they did all the process of it, and you could tell their nerves were building. I was like, wait, so what are we going to say? And where do we stand? But that was, so we hope to maybe get to do that once we're back to normal.
From what I've been hearing, and hopefully the viewers at home, you guys have an amazing program, some amazing projects. And I just want to ask you, for the people watching at home, what are some ways that they can get involved with Doors and Dreams, and why should they get involved with Doors to Dream?
Thanks. Thank you. That's a wonderful question. Okay, so one thing I always say is, once you've heard about Doors to Dream, and you might have more questions, right? You might just think, okay, I kind of understand what she's talking about. I need to know more. I love it when people go to our website, Kayla found out about us, read our website, and then we talked. And when she said, yeah, I totally understand what you're doing, your website communicates it, is like the biggest moment of praise for me, because you can only say so much in little snippets. So definitely go to our website, read more about what we're doing. If you are someone who feels inclined to become a part of the anti-racism movement and are in Charleston, not in Charleston, but care about high schoolers, care about saying, hey, there's a wealth discrepancy in our country, there's an opportunity gap, and we're not okay with that. So what does it look like to turn this upside down? Send me an email. Let's talk. Maybe you have ideas that I've never thought of, and we can use support that looks like a phone call that says, have you thought about this idea? Who's your local person in Charleston that can be a resource to you? Anything like that is super, super helpful, because we are trying to open doors for students that we might not even know how to open yet too. So, so I think about job internships, giving students exposure to a career day. I recently attended the virtual career day at Burke, and all these wonderful professionals in our area came on and spoke to the students, and the students were able to ask questions. And I think that until you know what's out there, you might not know what you're interested in. So continuing to expose our students to opportunities like that are geared towards them, to say, okay, we know you're not going to be able to maybe get transportation on a certain day. We're going to figure out transportation for you, or we're going to go outside of our normal way of doing this and say, we're going to have one-on-one time with the students and let them ask us questions, or really think about how to break it down. Like what is my job, and why do I like it? And what are the steps that I took to get here? What are other things that they might be interested in? So we really are looking for people in the community, college students who have on one of our first calls, you talked about how there's a scholarship specific to University of South Carolina for first-time college attendees, to be able to access. College students who have access to a program that has helped them step up the ladder, that we could offer to our students, or our students could know about. Let us know. We're collecting information. The more information we have, the better we can serve our students. So all those kinds of community resources. And then you can donate to us. Every time we do a social impact project, there's a cost to our organization. So we fundraise for that. You can donate and say, I want this money to go specifically to a social impact project, and we will put it in that category. Or you might think, like in the beginning of the school year, we needed to buy backpacks for students and supplies for students. And so we do a fundraiser then, but we also might have students who need things throughout the year. So donating monthly at whatever level, $5, $10, $15, $20, $25 a month, that's dependable money that we know that if a student comes with a problem and they need a supply, or we have a student who, we say this a lot because it's a really neat example. She was drawing on lined paper, but she's an incredible artist. Well, once you gave her pastels and the right kind of charcoal pencils and paper that didn't have lines, she started her own gallery on Facebook to promote her art. So when you donate to Doors to Dream, you're donating directly to these students so that they are getting access to an opportunity they would not have otherwise had. So it's such a gift for us to have support financially, resource-wise, information, people cheering us on. It carries so much weight for what we're trying to do. We're a small manpower organization in our infrastructure, but we can be, we become more exponentially powerful by the people that are supporting us in that next tier. So yeah, advocate for. And you might be inspired to think about a local group of students in your area. It may not be Charleston, it may be wherever you are. And don't feel too scared to take the risk to say, I want to make a difference here. And so let Doors to Dream be an inspiration for you to be a change agent wherever you are, for whatever group you see that needs something. Because the more we're all doing that, like, what does the world become if we're all looking out for somebody else? It's a good place.
I definitely agree. And then I just want to tell the viewers at home, if you're watching, you can donate to Doors to Dream using the link, I believe is garnetmedia.org/patchwork. And there's a link and it'll take you right to Doors to Dream website where you can donate. I highly recommend you check out their website. It's incredible. There's this amazing video that I think Sam, he did, and it's incredible. So definitely check out their website if you have the chance and opportunity to.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem. I know we're going to welcome our next few guests in a second, but are you excited for this? Or who are you looking forward to hearing today during the broadcast?
Well, I have to say, I was really excited to sit down and talk with you. She didn't really introduce herself in the beginning, as I was wanting to make sure she set the scene for who she is. But I have been, I received her email I guess, was it October?
October, yeah.
I just continue to marvel at her initiative and her ability to research organizations here. She had a connection to Berg High School. She looked at our website and then reached out to me. And I continue to forget that she's only a college student because of her maturity and the ways that she is just taking on hard conversations or taking on these leadership positions with such integrity and charisma. I'm inspired by you. So I was very excited to sit with you. I love that our board member Mark is coming on next. I'm really excited to talk with Bakari Sellers. I think it's an amazing group of people that you brought on. I was thrilled that our mayor agreed to come on again too. So feeling this kind of support in a moment when people are really isolated and it's really hard to even get messaging out there is an incredible boost for me as the director of the organization and for our organization in general. It's these things that are hugely beneficial to keep our wheels turning and to keep our momentum and energy really up and excited. So
it's been amazing to see how technology has really helped a lot, because during this whole broadcast, I'm going to be talking to people who I never thought I'd be able to talk to, but because of technology and things like Zoom, I'm able to talk to them. So I'm excited for this upcoming, the next hours, because I have a couple of high school friends are going to be on. My old high school teacher's going to be on, Bakari Sellers, the mayor. So I'm excited.
It's great. I'm impressed. It's really fun. I agree. I feel like technology has become as much as it has a bad reputation for maybe isolating people, in this year, it's actually teaching us how to use it to be connected.
Bring people together, yeah, for sure.
Funny how I even have good friends in Philadelphia who now we'd rather FaceTime or Marco Polo so we can see each other. Versus before, where we would just we would settle for the little voiceover message or a voicemail or just a call. But it's really cool to treasure the face-to-face over the technology too.
Yeah, and I think now we have our next guest. Mark, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear and see you clearly.
Great.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I just had a fun experience logging in with Zoom. It was quite the production, but I'm glad. So sorry I'm late.
No, you're fine. Are you excited and nervous about today?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't done one of these before, so it's a new experience, but definitely looking forward to the dialogue. All
right, so this is my first time meeting you, and I know you and Carrie know each other. So can you just give a brief introduction of yourself and about who you are to the viewers at home?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Mark Reinisch. I'm a director of operational excellence at Blackbaud, and they're a Charleston-based company, international as well, and they provide software for nonprofits and other organizations that power social good. And I'm on the board of directors at Doors to Dream. I've been there for a little bit under a year and enjoying that immensely. And then on a personal note, my wife and I reside in Johns Island, South Carolina, and we around a year ago became empty nesters. So we're enjoying that as well.
All right, I'm so excited to have you on.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. So I know, like I said, you and Carrie know each other. So can you kind of give a little background about how you two met and how this collaboration and relationship started?
Sure. When I joined Blackbaud, little under a year and a half ago, I had lived in Florida, and I was attracted to the company because of their mission that they directly support nonprofits who do just amazing things in the community and in society in general. And that drew me there. But what they also do is they have a very strong mission around their employees being involved in the communities and supporting nonprofits. So I worked with them and I said, I'd love to help a nonprofit. How can I do that? And they said, well, we encourage people to join boards of directors for nonprofits and then support them, in any way that adds value. So they gave me a list of different nonprofits, and I did some research, and the Doors to Dream mission just leaped off the page for me. Serving underserved youth, helping them to unlock their potential. What are their dreams, and how can we help them go in that direction? It's such a powerful mission. And then once I talked to Carrie and really got a sense and met some of the people on the team of how real that mission is and the progress they're making, it was not a tough sell. So that's where I joined up, and I've been working with them since.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I can definitely relate to you about their website just jumping out, because when I originally came up with this idea, I went on this website that had a list of Charleston nonprofits, and I clicked through each website, and then I stumbled across Doors and Dreams. I was like, okay, this is the one I want to help out. So I definitely can relate to you in that aspect.
Yeah, and definitely appreciate what you're doing.
Thank
It's an
you
awesome
so
thing.
much. Thank you. So I know you say you're the director of operational excellence at Blackbaud. So can you talk a little bit more about that and all what you do in your position?
Yeah, my background with a lot of different companies in the past is around process improvement and building out strategic programs to help a business to do better. Whether it's sales, marketing, whether it's serving their customers, how do you delight them better? How do you build a culture in an organization to be able to just hit on all cylinders and do great things? So that's been my experience. So at Blackbaud, what I focus on is, for the most part, around customer delight, and all the nonprofits that we serve, very diverse organizations of every imaginable size, and they all have different needs, some common needs, and being able to serve them day in and day out is so vital, because every time that we can help a nonprofit to market themselves, to raise funds, or to be able to nurture their relationships with the constituents that they serve, every time we can help them do that even incrementally better, they're able to serve their very important missions that much better. It's a direct line of sight with what we do in helping them serve their constituents and their missions. So I'll work with just about every imaginable function within our company to pull together our strategies and figure out ways to better serve our customers so they can serve their customers. And that's, in a nutshell, is my role.
I love that. I think that's awesome.
Thank you.
So I know in your introduction, you kind of touched based on empowering social goods. And then my question to you is, why do you think it's important to empower social good and get involved with empowering social good?
Well, primarily because there's a compelling need in every element of society, every walk of life. There's so many compelling challenges. It could be systemic challenges. It could be some populations don't have as many opportunities as others. It could be something like COVID, comes out of the blue and just totally, blows up a lot of our normal existence. And it's very difficult for people or businesses, small businesses, to adapt to that rapid change. So in today's world, I once read a book by Bill Gates. I think it was something about thought at the speed of light. It was something like that. But what it was getting at is the rapid rate of change. It can be difficult to keep up with. So anything that we can do to help people thrive in today's at times chaotic and challenging society and circumstances is a good thing. And myself, just in my DNA, I kind of have that servant leader mentality that I genuinely like to help people. So when you look at that, that's why I serve in a nutshell.
That's awesome. Wow, I'm speechless. That's amazing. Have you always been involved with working with nonprofits, or is this something that you've done in your adult years? Like, how has that journey been like for you?
It's been a journey, and it's when you have a family and you have side things that you're pursuing, you have to be very deliberate and intentional in ensuring that you're carving out time to be able to serve nonprofits on top of that. So throughout my adult life, I've done that, been involved with my children and the nonprofits that they would be involved with in school. So for instance, when I was in Florida, our nonprofit that we were aligned to was called Nate's Place, and it was all about helping animals and things along those lines. So we would go to a lot of fundraisers. We would support that. Our children would actually work there, be very involved. And we probably fostered over 100 cats over the years. So, and that's a handful, if you can imagine that. But it's a wonderful thing knowing that you are saving the life of a little kitty. It doesn't get better than that. So I really enjoyed that. And when I was lived in Charlotte, I was on the board of directors for the Speech and Hearing Center, and I had no background in that. But as I got involved with them, helped them with strategic planning, and saw them provide services to young kids, helping them to hear better or see better. It gives me chills, literally, thinking about the positive impact they had on those lives. And if they worked outside of a nonprofit, they could honestly probably make more money, but that was their calling. And that's a wonderful thing. So when I joined Blackbaud, I definitely wanted to continue doing something like that. And that's, again, why I linked up with Doors to Dream. And, as we're adjusting to the COVID realities, and hopefully with the vaccine, we're going to start to all pull out of that. I'm really looking forward to finding ways to be involved directly in the school, with Burke and others. That's going to be just a great experience, whether it's getting involved in mentoring or other services. So I'm definitely looking at this stage in my life, finding ways to do more and more.
This is so encouraging. Is it okay if I ask?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Please do. It takes the pressure off of me, Carrie.
Oh, well, I'm going to ask you something.
No. Yeah.
Well, it's just it's so special to think about our year in review almost, and to hear you retell the way that your journey started with us and how it's kept going. And Mark is exceptional at strategic planning and the ability to look at our organization and see right through, make sense of what I'm trying to say, and help us to make a plan. And he's been just an incredible asset of that, all of that actual objective measuring of what we're doing and saying, here's a good strategy, here's what I hear you saying, and putting it down. But I would say even more so, just as you're talking now to the encouragement that he has been as being able to say, this is good work we're doing. This is good work we're doing. We're going to keep it up, keep working. And then for him to feel inspired to say, once this COVID is done, like, let's to feel like he's connected to the students and wants that opportunity to be in the school. And it's a lot of work, to fit that in with a full-time job and family. And so it's doable, and it's such an encouragement to me that he wants that. So that's a huge thank you. And I was wondering if so I was telling Kayla about our clubhouse build and how that was a really special moment because we were actually able to come together during COVID and do a project. And I was wondering if you could share so Mark was I would say Hope, our founder, who was leading the instructional component of building the clubhouse, definitely relied very heavily on Mark to complete many of the tasks. And so I'm curious, how did that feel? I mean, you definitely got thrown into a project you'd never done before. It was your first experience with our students really face to face. I would love to hear any of your reflections on it.
Yeah, the value that I provided is I can lift things. So
I'm not sure you follow it.
and if you put a hammer in my hands, bad things usually happen. But we worked through that, and no, my wife came along and she wanted to be involved and kind of see what this is about. And I was honestly, genuinely very impressed with it because the Pink House is a wonderful organization, just does a lot of good. And meeting the founders, you can tell their passion is just off the charts. Again, it's a wonderful thing what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So to be able to do something, pretty straightforward, but meaningful, build a playhouse. Is a good thing, and you're going to have that lasting legacy. It's going to be there, and the kids are going to enjoy it, and that's just helping the Pink House to further their mission. But then when you take it beyond just that physical act of building that, and you start to look at the community coming together to pull that off. Mm-hmm. You look at the students with the hammers in their hands and building that and working together and communicating. And giving back on a Saturday when there's a lot of competing priorities that could take up someone's time on a Saturday, but to give back, you leave that experience feeling good, having served someone, and you can build off of that. You start to build your empathy muscle, which is such an important thing to have throughout your life. It's just all upside. So that was really good. And then seeing, the mayor being involved, and not just, showing up and whatever, but no, actually building and talking with the kids, guiding them on how to construct this, because he had more experience than we had. So to see all that come together was, again, it was really an awesome experience, and I want more of that.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad. It really, I was saying to Kayla earlier how, there's the project, just like you just laid it out. I didn't coach him on any of this, I promise. But there's the project that is, kind of the technicolor thing that grabs the attention. But then it's like the bow on the package. But when you start to unwrap the whole package, you see so many of the inner working, gears that are turning to bring about all the different elements of transformation that we're hoping to accomplish for these students, and not just the students, the community members. We had a wonderful relationship building experience with the members. One of his assistants, it's his official title, Mike Wack, who I just adored getting to meet. And he was, so encouraging and helped to say things like, you got to promote yourselves, get up there and tell us more about what Doors to Dream is and what we're doing. And, he was kind of standing back and just with this, you could even see his grin through his mask, just excited to see so many parts of our city connected in one place for one common purpose. And it was really so joyful. So I was really thankful that Mark was able to be there. And I guess I'm wondering if, I'm curious, what are other ways that, we haven't really had a big debrief, and I don't want to steal the platform from Kayla, but
I know you're fine.
do you have other ideas? Okay. Other ideas of ways we could, like do something like that again? Mr. Strategy, did you come away with other project ideas that we could do like that again? You don't have to have them. I'm just curious.
Oh, do I have ideas for other strategy projects? Was the question?
Like other projects, yeah.
Well, I'd have to, of course, think through that. And
Sorry.
but in general, what I would say is I love the model
Mhm.
of bringing the community together, having students play an active leadership role in the planning, execution, follow-up, and all that, and the skills that it teaches. So, I think it's a matter of just continuing to do what you're doing, in that it's making the connections within the community, getting underneath what are the needs that can make the biggest difference. How do we raise the funds to be able to help enable that, and then coach the students to take a leadership role in helping to pull it together. So just getting that engine going, because I think the Doors to Dream model is very powerful in that your mission is designed to pull all those components together into a program that drives outcomes. So a specific opportunity doesn't leap to mind, but honestly, if we have a strategy session, we'll have a long list in short order.
Yes, I love that. Thanks. Yeah, it's helpful for me to hear, and then I think it's even helpful for listeners to hear, because it doesn't limit the idea of the project, because it's so much more about the mechanisms that we're using, and that engine that you're describing, that those things will apply regardless of what the actual project is, which allows for the creativity of the students to impact what needs they care about. It allows for creativity from the community to be able, we mentioned a little bit earlier, some of the ways the community can get involved, be a support to us. So donating to our social impact project funds, being a creative partner and saying, oh, my group that I work with, or my business does this kind of thing. Would your students be interested in helping with this need? And maybe our students would be like, absolutely, it's right in our spot. And so how do we collaborate and allow them to take the leadership roles? And, there is an element of community partners that saying, what, I'm going to let the students be the leaders, because now I'm hearing that Doors to Dream is successful with having the students be able to do that. And what a great opportunity it would be to be yet another channel, an option for them to flex those muscles, so to speak, just like we've said. So it's really exciting for our messaging to be getting out there and for people to be hearing it and getting an understanding of it. So thank you.
Yeah, every time a student, and it's like this even for adults, every time you are tasked with a challenge that is a little bit daunting, kind of like doing a podcast for the first time, but won't go there. But once you have many more capabilities than you're even aware of, right? And every time a student is given that challenge, and with some coaching and guiding to whatever level is necessary, but when they get out there and just start doing and learning from mistakes and successes, and they find out that they have a successful outcome, that they move the ball forward, whether it's a small challenge or a big challenge, every single time they do that, it builds confidence. And then they can take on the next thing and the next thing after that. And that's how, kind of like with the Doors to Dream mission, that's how you ultimately go down the path of your dreams, when you start building that confidence. So it's an exciting thing.
It is exciting. Go ahead, Kayla.
Oh, I was just going to ask, I know this is your first time like being on a podcast. So how has this experience been for you within this last like 30 minutes or so?
It's been good. And it's once you kind of get acclimated to the setting and everything, it's just like having a conversation. So I'm just having fun with it, saying it's my first podcast, which it is, but it's been good. I'm enjoying it.
I'm glad to hear that. Carrie, were you going to say something else? I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're so well spoken. So I'm so thankful that you were on. It's my first podcast too. So we're both figuring it out together. And I agree, it's very conversational. And we have a great leader in Kayla who has
Thank you.
prepared this for us. And I just am, it's so nice to hear you talk about these things. And I think one of the things you said a minute ago about this, how when a student is out there, doing what they're doing, having their successes, having the small mistakes, one of the things that, like this image that came to mind of someone like you saying, I want to be a mentor alongside them when they're doing these kinds of projects, allows for them to access somebody who has such wisdom and a heart that is so inclined to care for them, that it gives that mentorship piece is a part of our organization that we're still developing, and how to coach, how to figure out. People say, I would love to be a mentor to these students. And so it's figuring out, well, what does that look like for high schoolers? And, the project-based sort of mentorship is really special because you can be alongside them and establish a relationship doing something. And then potentially, be checking in on them and asking them what other project ideas they have or reflecting on it. And, it excites me so much to think about a student of mine being paired with Mark. I mean, that would be a crazy, awesome experience. It'd be amazing because just the way that he is so clear in his communication about how to break down a process, that's a skill you can translate to so many jobs. So there's so many ways that exposure to people. So some people might think, well, what do I have to offer? I mean, as a mentor to somebody, yeah, I could maybe be encouraging, but I don't have a job that fits with what they might want to do. But that's not it. You're really trying to be a part of the problem solving process. And every single one of us has to problem solve every day. So you bring something unique to it, and Mark happens to be a superstar at it. So it's amazing to have him as part of it.
Well, you're very generous in your comments, so thank you. One of the things that really appeals to me about mentoring and getting into that, and I did have a conversation with Sam on Carrie's team, who's phenomenal as they're building out this program, is if, as Carrie said, if you align a person's strengths, and those strengths may not be directly at what the student is doing, but they're adjacent, they're complementary, and it's, as Carrie said, it's joining in the mission and the problem solving, helping someone, and sometimes it's giving support, because a lot of times with coaching or mentoring, almost all times, the truth is within the person, and the coach or mentor is just trying to help that person uncover the truth and the capabilities that's already within them. So building out a program where you get people in the community who have diverse strengths and that desire to serve and help, it's a very powerful combination. So what Sam was talking to me about is the potential of, I have some background in entrepreneurship, and it's a passion of mine. So he said, well, we've got a couple entrepreneurial students. One of them is running a catering business on the side. Now, I cannot cook beyond having worked at Taco Bell at one time, but I would love to partner with that person and bounce around ideas and see what plan they have. Do they want to grow? Do they have a website? You go down the list of all the things you could do. how fun would that be? It would be a thrill to be able to try to help someone in whatever way I could. And there's a lot of people out there in the community that would love to give back in that manner, share their experiences and their support. So very excited about Doors to Dream going in that direction.
Awesome.
That's great. And I guess since we're like wrapping up the last few minutes of your segment, why do you think it's important that people get involved with community service and give back to their community?
It goes back to what I talked about earlier. Is there's I would say two reasons. One is there's such a compelling need out there on just about every aspect of society has needs, and people who need support to be able to live happy, healthy, fulfilling lives. And serving that need makes society better. So that's first and foremost for me. And that's why I think the more people get involved, the better this world is going to be. But then secondly, for selfish reasons, when you give back, you feel better. I think you're realizing your own full potential when you give back. And everyone I've ever talked to about it always says the same thing, that whenever they give back, they feel better. So I think both of those reasons are why I would encourage people to get involved, make a difference.
I definitely agree, especially the point you made about when you give back, you feel better about yourself. There's some type of heartwarming that just goes on when you give back, knowing that you're making a difference and giving back to your community. So I definitely agree with you on that point.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking time out of your busy schedule to be a guest and allowing us to getting to know a little bit more about you and your involvement with Doors to Dream and Black Boss. So thank you so much.
No, thank you for hosting this and all the prep work you did in advance. It was wonderful, provided great direction. So I enjoyed it. So thank you very
so
much.
much.
All right. Have a great day.
You too.
Mark, you too. This is so fun.
I know. It's like I was extremely nervous leading up to this, but now that it's happening, I'm like, okay. I'm like kind of relaxed. I'm like chill. I'm like, okay, this is not as pressuring as I thought it was. How are you holding up? Because I know you have like another 30 minutes with us. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I think it's wonderful. What an amazing, it's such an amazing idea. I feel like you had such a vision for what this could be. And it's so exciting to have these guests on and have them. It's just really cool. It gives everybody that little pocket of time to let their voice be heard and to share about it. And it doesn't become overwhelming. It's just like just the right amount of time and brings people together. It's a wonderful platform for this kind of conversation. It's great. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't even know like podcast-a-thons were a thing until the person who had the podcast before me, shout out to Lyric if you're listening, she did a 24-hour podcast-a-thon for our school's COVID relief fund. And when I first came up with this idea, I was like, maybe I can go 24 hours. So I'm so glad I did not, because it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Especially the planning process, because I was managing like homework, finals, work, other things. So it's definitely a lot. So I'm so glad I did not do 24 hours. But originally I was like 20 minutes should be enough time. But then I was like, 30 minutes is solid because people can introduce themselves. They can talk about who they are. We can go back and forth in conversation. So I definitely think 30 minutes is more than enough time. Well, not the perfect amount of time, actually.
It's nice. I agree. It leaves for a little bit of flexibility. It doesn't make anybody feel rushed, which I think feels really nice to allow for people to feel like they want to say something extra, they can. And podcasts are a newer thing. They're not really when I was in college, we did not have podcasts. Or maybe we did and I didn't know about it, but I don't think so. And we had just started with real cell phones. I'm pretty sure the iPhone was not in mass production at that point. I guess we should fact check that. I went to college I graduated high school in 1998. And so I was in college from 1998 to 2002. So I'll fact check that later, make sure I'm not just totally wrong, but it wasn't a common thing. But it's really special, you know. It's inspiring me to like want to use this as a platform to continue our messaging, because I've struggled a lot with figuring out how to communicate about our message in a way where we engage people. And I think we are in kind of this transition. Is it always just at meetings in people's, you know, clubs, or is there a more of a wider base that we could reach if we did something like this? So you're helping our organization in so many ways today.
Thank you. And yeah, podcasting is fairly new. I didn't even know the university did podcasts until I applied for this podcast. So it's definitely been crazy to see how these podcasts have played out. And there's so many podcasts that our school has to offer. So it's definitely been an experience in the journey, learning the technology and whatnot. And it's so different this year because we have a recording studio, and I record right now via Zoom. So it's been definitely interesting on seeing how that has played out.
Okay. So last year you were able to do it in the recording studio.
No, actually, this is my first year doing it. So my first year I'm doing it via Zoom.
Hey, you're going to master it in all the different ways. So you can do it all the different styles.
Yeah, my goal is to master editing too, because I have a podcast coordinator. There's 2 podcast coordinators for Garnet Media Group, and mine is Sarah, and she edits all my podcasts. So I feel like once I master editing, then I'm okay, I got this under control.
Yeah. It's nice to have her though, because then she can be teaching you a little bit. Is she a student? She's not.
Yeah, we're all students.
She's a student too. Okay. Very cool. I love it. Yeah, I'm not thinking our media department had quite this advanced at that point.
But yeah, it's kind of easy. I know there's different platforms where you can start podcasts too. There's Anchor, I believe, is a platform we can start podcasting on as well too.
Okay.
So there's definitely aspects, and then our next guest should be coming in fairly soon.
Mm-hmm. I know. I'm excited to meet him.
Do you have any plans for this weekend? Oh, do you have any plans for the holidays?
Well, so my parents I'm the oldest of 4, and they all live. So my parents are living in South Carolina at the moment, and this is the first Christmas that they will have been in South Carolina since we've lived here. So we are going to be as safe as possible leading up to next weekend, and be the ones that get to visit with them this year for Christmas, which feels really special. It's such a gift. My mom's so cute though, because she keeps saying, well, Christmas morning is so special for your little family of 5. We don't want to intrude. And I'm like, we have spent every Christmas alone for the last however many years. I can't wait for you to be with us. So I'm excited. We have, do you have food traditions at Christmas or the holidays? Do you have any in your family?
That's a great question. I feel like every Christmas we have greens. So I think that's the only food tradition we have.
Collards?
Yes, collard greens. We have collard greens every Christmas. That's the only food tradition I remember. Sorry, Mom, if you're watching.
That's really cute. So I'm from the north. I'm from Philadelphia area, and so I feel like food there is not as uniformly traditional. But you'll say something, and somebody's like, "Oh yeah, we always had that too," but it's not always exactly the same. So my mom we lived in a small house, and my grandparents grew up with us, and it was basically 3 kind of separate apartments, and it was just outside Northeast Philadelphia. And my dad grew up in that house, and then my grandparents lived with us. So at Christmas, and our whole family, it was not spread out then. So my aunts and uncles, that my dad had 3 sisters, and my grandmother had 3 sisters, and they all lived close enough. And basically Christmas would be just kind of open door policy. Everybody would just kind of come and visit with my grandparents. They visit with us, and it would just be kind of this circling in these tiny spaces. My mom would always have a crock pot full of meatballs, And she'd always have to have Prego spaghetti sauce because that was the only
That's
kind.
the one my mom used. She's like,
only kinds. And my poor mother, I really put her through the ringer. Sorry, Mom. So she would have meatballs and a big ham, and we'd have like sub rolls. And so at some point then she added this dish called pineapple stuffing, which is basically a dessert, but we pretend it's a meal thing. So you can eat dessert all day, basically. It's just sugary pineapple bread. So I'm going to make all those three things since they'll be with us. And
gotcha.
I ordered a ham. Now I'm a South, I grew up a Northerner, but now I think my heart always meant to be in the South. Because I have this like a love of a country ham that you can get from different places. So I ordered one. It's fun. I tend to cook mostly everything from scratch. So it's really kind of fun to think, well, I'm going to order a ham. And like at Thanksgiving, I had to cut my turkey and do all this stuff to it and make it all. But it'll be a sweet way to just have memories revisited. I'm excited.
Gotcha. Do you have like any Southern traditions that you've like kind of picked on since you moved down south?
So I felt like it was super important for me to learn how to make biscuits. So I did. And so so then for the first few years when people would come visit us, I would always make biscuits and they were really excited. So then I tried to teach them. I'm sure they're not as good as true Southerners, but I've tried to learn. I think the first few months we lived here, I tried to learn how to do like a summer squash, like casserole, I think it was in like the Charleston receipts,
Gotcha.
so I tried to like study some things. But I really love more of an ethnic food. I like ethnic food probably more than anything. So like Asian, Indian, so Chinese, even Japanese, Korean, all those kind of influences, Indian. So when I cook, I tend to do that. But I haven't figured out how to do collards, so you might have to teach me.
I honestly don't know. So I'm still learning how to do collards. I do not know. I'm not even going to attempt because I might mess it up. So I don't even know how to make collards just yet.
I did try them one time because the farms that I had, signed up to get local ingredients were sending so many. And I thought, I don't know what to do with these. So I tried. I don't think I succeeded yet. I've got some friends, though, that are truly from here. So they'll have to really teach me.
Gotcha. Do you have like any like Christmas traditions aside from like food that you typically do?
So it's been tricky because most of the things growing up, it was mostly Christmas Eve, and we would go to church, and I loved the candle lights at the end of the Christmas Eve service and holding up a candle and singing Silent Night. And the church that we attend now is a church plant. And so it is not part of, it uses a building that needs to use Christmas Eve. So we have to do a Christmas Eve service. But this year they are doing one outside, and they're going to have candle lights too. So that's sort of that, you want to have those memories. My children and I we've kind of started some of our own traditions, and we do an Advent that's every day. So every day we pull out a little ornament that has a book that goes alongside it. And it's the same thing we do every year and sort of unpack the whole story of Christmas. So that's something they really look forward to. And we have a big thing of candles that count down the 25 days. And so it's really fun when we start lighting all those. Then it's like, don't touch the wax. Your fingers away. There's a lot of it. My son, my almost 8-year-old, is learning some hymns to play like on the piano, which has been so fun. I'm like envisioning future traditions where we sit around and let him play Christmas songs for us. And we don't do, we live at the beach. So we always go to the beach on Christmas just to take a walk. We do a lot of Lego building after we open presents. Last year, we started an elf tradition where one of the boys, they kind of take turns being the elf who goes and gets a present and brings it to everybody, and they open them. And we try to keep the presents like smaller so that it's not overwhelmingly consumer driven. So They did a great job last year, these 3 boys. I think it's a real challenge because, the world sort of says you should have lots of things and we should enjoy each other and relationships and not so many things. So it's
I
been
think that's one of the main things I kind of miss about Christmas as a kid, like waking up to all the presents and I'm like, oh my God. And then like now I'm older, it's like, oh, I need money.
I know.
Adult things so I definitely think that's one of the things I miss about Christmas as like now that I'm older. But I always enjoy like putting up my Christmas tree. Like I'm the person that like once November hits, it's Christmas season for me.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Christmas music on, Christmas tree lights.
Yeah, so I've always enjoyed like putting up Christmas decorations and listening to Christmas music while doing it. This year I want to get into baking more on Christmas Day as well too. So I love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, we're gonna the kids that are keeping themselves very sweetly quiet right now because husband is at work. We are gonna bake. I told them we bake cookies when I was finished. So they got cookie cutters laid out. I told them, I was like, we're gonna have to let the dough chill a little bit, but we got a bunch of cookie mixes, different recipes laid out, and it's gonna be a mess, but it's gonna be great.
Gotcha. What kind of cookies are you guys going to bake after this?
So my mom's tradition was my grandmother was Scottish. She came over from Scotland as an immigrant and when she was 7. And so they would make Scottish shortbread, which is just like buttery, flaky. And I'll probably make some of that at some point, but the kids love making cookie cutter cookies. So they've laid out their Christmas trees and the stars and the snowflakes. And so I'm going to do sugar cookies, roll it out thin, we'll cut them all, and then we'll put sugar sprinkles, of course, red, green, all sorts of colors that'll on them. And then I have I do have an absolute favorite cookie that is like a snowball. Well, so do you like chocolate or do you like vanilla?
Vanilla.
Vanilla, okay. So I don't like I only like white chocolate. So I don't do.
Same. I'm like that too. Either dark chocolate or white chocolate. Milk chocolate, I'm not a fan of, but those two I definitely enjoy.
How do you feel about cinnamon? Tell me about your cinnamon likes. Do you like cinnamon?
I do. I'm not a picky like cinnamon person. I'll put cinnamon in anything, honestly. I enjoy cinnamon as well too. I think it's a very necessary thing.
Okay, I'm gonna send you this recipe when we finish. I'm gonna find it and email it to you. But you kind of brown butter in a saucepan so it gets kind of nutty, and it's just this it's a round ball of dough. After you have to use that brown butter to make the dough, and then you chill it, and then you drop it in powdered sugar so they look like little snowballs.
Oh.
And they are so delicious because they're almost like snickerdoodly, but
I love snickerdoodle cookies.
Powdered sugary and soft and you undercook them so they're a little doughy.
Mm-hmm.
They're my fave. I'm most looking forward to those.
I'm looking forward to this recipe because that's one thing I enjoy. I enjoy baking. I'm always in the kitchen like, but let me see if I can bake this. Oh, let me look up this recipe to see if I can bake this. How do you feel about red velvet cake?
So it's a little bitter for me. It's not my wheelhouse, but you love it.
I made this amazing, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am going to toot my own horn. I made this amazing red velvet cake for Thanksgiving. And it was amazing. Because sometimes the problem with red velvet cake, it gets a little too chocolatey,
Yeah.
and I don't like that. But the one I made, it's not that at all. It was perfect.
Well, there you go. It should be your patented recipe.
I know. I should really like.
Did you write down everything?
I did. I think I screenshotted the recipe, so I can save it for later. I can go back and make it.
Yes, this is my problems. At some point in my cooking history, I would make something, change the recipe or not use a recipe, and my husband would say, "Oh, this is great," and I'd be like, "I don't know what I did." He'd be like, "Really? Could you just write it down?" So he's had to learn a few things so he can recreate them. But he's like a rule follower when he cooks. He wants exactly what to do, and I'm not.
Yeah, I'm kind of the rule follower. Like if it's my first time making something like that red velvet cake, like I had to follow everything like to the T. But like if it's something like I just know how to make, I get creative and it comes out perfectly each time. So I will not be following rules for things I already know how to make.
There you go. Exactly. Well, and baking is more of a science because you got to.
That is true.
Things mix just right. So it's true. It's true.
Yeah, and then like with baking, like I didn't realize how like certain milks create a certain texture, like adding this may add this type of texture and may cause this to bake. Like baking really is honestly a science.
Yeah, it is definitely more science. It requires a little more precision, which is why, and accuracy, actually both. Yeah.
So I was just gonna ask, so I know you mentioned you're a mom, so how has that been like being a mom and a like teacher during these times?
So I am, so up until this year, so I have a 10-year-old, and so I have a fourth grader, a second grader, and a kindergartner right now. They're all boys. And so I have been sending them to traditional school until now. And then this year, because there were so many questions about when schools were going to open back up and then what would happen if numbers for COVID went higher, I thought, you know what, this might just be a great year for me to homeschool them. We'll have flexibility in sort of how the day goes. And I've always had a desire to do that. I think I have a desire to teach. I love teaching. I don't feel equipped like a regular fourth and second grade teacher would. But it felt like they were old enough that they could understand that I'm still mom and we're going to learn together. And so this year has been a lot of hats. And I feel like my kids are thriving. I am enjoying, there's so much joy. I would say that I'm just trying to do a better job of figuring out how to be disciplined with a little bit of break time for me. But I also think there's like a certain amount of pressure that I'm feeling because it matters so much. You know, being a mom, it matters so much how I shepherd their hearts and how they learn and how their character is developed. And that's a huge part of what I've been focusing on. And then now I'm doing that plus their academic, and I've dabbled in academic support, but there's been a lead person being their academic teacher. So now, you know, helping them know their grammar and learning complicated math. We're doing a little pre-algebra even with my fourth grader, which I love math. And so it's exciting. I think that the weight of responsibility to now develop their character, develop their brains at their fullness, sort of continue to be the mom that does fun things with them. It's a lot. But what else would would I trade it? No. I would much rather be this person with them. And we had a little meeting this week to say, okay, so how's school going? Let's have a little mid-year touch-in, you know, how are we all feeling about things? And my second grader was like, well, we're really glad our teacher is our mom. And
Aww.
so I think that they are treasuring it. And they do have, you know, still have some social experience and they're pretty well developed socially, but it's tricky with the restrictions right now for, you know, safety and health. But they both play soccer. And then the littlest dude, he is at a little preschool kindergarten. It's just a very small setting and it's been open all year. They expected to stay open all year. So for consistency's sake, it was fine to send him to that. And I was more intimidated by teaching kindergarten than fourth grade because I thought you have to learn to learn, and you are learning such basic building block skills. The teachers who've done that, you know how to do it so well. There was no way I didn't have the confidence to try that.
Okay, yeah. Kindergarten, I don't know if I would be able to teach kindergarten, like, because there's so much that goes into teaching kindergarten, for sure. I
know. I've thought a lot about teachers in this season of, you know, basically taking on that role and thinking about how different it's been for them this year. And my husband, you know, he's a physician and has done lots of years of training, and he works, you know, long hours and is on call and whatnot, but he still considers, he said this to me recently, so I think it's okay to share his perspective. He's like, I think teachers work so much harder. Their job is so much harder than what I do. And he said he wouldn't, trade positions because there's so much demanded there's so much demanded upon for teachers, they have to do so much. So I would love to, it's funny, as an element of Doors to Dream, that first year when I was in the school, people will ask you, what support systems for the students are you most likely to engage in as another support layer? And so I thought about, they would say, is it the parents? Is it the teachers? And in the school, I would love to support both. So we actually have developed relationships with the parents of all our students. Sam has done an exceptional job of doing that. And, but I think if there was any way to support the teachers too, it's integral, because they're doing so much. I have 2 students, they have tons, so I don't know. I hope that there's I often hope that as Doors to Dream grows, we develop more of a presence in advocating for education, educators, and that's just another layer. Right now, we need to stay focused on what we're focused on. But I hope that as we grow, those things come in, and maybe we'll have board members who join us that have, real passion for education reform or helping to develop systems that support teachers. I would love to help that happen.
Yeah, this year for sure has definitely, I've always appreciated my teachers, but I've definitely appreciated my teachers a lot more this year, because I know it's hard for us as students during this time, but I can only imagine what it's like to be a teacher transitioning from teaching inside a classroom to now teaching all these kids online. My heart goes out to teachers during this time.
Me too. And I think I used to feel like, well, when the teacher's at home, they're getting a little break. But then you think they have family, they have other things, families and other obligations and things that they're doing too. So I hope that if anyone listening has a teacher in their lives, I hope that they give them an extra hug and make sure that they show them gratitude and tell them how valued they are, because they are so critical to all that we're trying to do to grow these next generations.
That's so true. Definitely, if you are watching, give your teachers, tell them that you appreciate them. I feel like teachers don't hear that enough, because this definitely, I think, one of the hardest jobs to do is to teach.
I agree completely. It's a gift, that they have. And I feel like we as a society, it feels like there is some momentum towards an awareness of making sure we begin to we need to start valuing that profession even more, and making sure that we don't lose sight of how integral they are, and, advocate for strong salaries for those teachers, and, advocate for programs and initiatives that might offset college tuition. I think those things exist, and how to make sure those programs continue. And Sam actually did Teach for America for 2 years after he graduated, and then joined Doors to Dream. So he has great experience in that. And, people who that program is wonderful for developing strongly impassioned teachers to go into schools that can really benefit from that. So let's just keep it going, keep things moving in that positive for social good direction.
Yeah. When I was reading Sam's bio, I can't wait to talk to him about his experience with Teach for America, because I know so many people who are probably listening are interested in joining Teach for America. So I would definitely can't wait for him to come on and talk about that a little bit more.
Yes, absolutely. I've talked to him about ways that we might partner with Teach for America at some point, because, part of our model, we hope it's it's our desire to provide a class experience as a part of Doors to Dream, if a school would be open to it, and how to sustain that and create a class that takes what in the community but prepares them for that. Basically is developing those leadership skills towards empathy, not just the leadership skills towards a for-profit entrepreneurial position, but to really, grow leaders that are driven by the social good. And so if we could get a class like that and be sustainable, would Teach for America consider being a partner with us to supply teachers to kind of implement that, so that there wasn't a cost on doors. There's a lot of finagling that happens to be inside schools and teaching. So who knows? That's not exactly, it's kind of a pipe dream of mine, but it's always, we're not doors to dream for nothing.
Yeah, no, I don't think any dream is too big or too small to achieve. So definitely think it's possible and achievable, especially like with Sam's connection to Teach for America. I think it's going to happen for sure.
Thank you. I love the confidence. I know I'm such a dream defender. Anybody has a dream, I'm like, let's see how we can make that happen. I was in a conversation with friends one time, and they were trying to decide if they had dream crushers in their lives. And we were establishing if they had, some people have a tendency to be such a realist that they might say, that's not going to happen. We were very clearly landing that I was not that.
That's true. Yeah, I've definitely had my encounters with people where you tell them an idea, they're like, I don't know about that. But like I said, nothing's too crazy or too big to think of, honestly.
Well, especially for you. I feel like with the
Thank you.
tool belt that you have there, you're going to continue to accomplish great things.
Thank you.
Well, I know we're going to have someone new coming on here in a minute, and I'm going to exit. But what is your long-term goal? Like, what is your career passion? Law, is it law?
So I'm kind of at that stage in college where it's like, I know what I'm passionate about. I just don't know how to take that road to get where I'm passionate about. I could tell you a funny story. So back in high school, when I was like applying to colleges and trying to figure out my major, I always knew like I wanted to help people. So I was like, what can I do? What can I major in that is going to allow me to help people? And the first idea I had was going into the medical field. Knowing I hate science and math, I don't have the brains for science and math. So that was a no-no for me. And then actually, before I even stepped foot on USC campus in August, I was thinking about switching my major to nursing. I'm so happy I didn't, because if anyone knows about the USC nursing program, it is intense, very intense. So I'm so happy I didn't do that. So I chose political science because I've always been passionate about politics, helping out people, social justice, and in kind of a sense, politics has kind of always been around for me. My parents are always watching politics, so I've kind of had like my experience with politics then. But my long-term goal is to just help people out, honestly, in any way I can, whether that be community service, mentoring. I've honestly been thinking a lot about teaching, so that would be an aspect for me. But my long-term goal is to just really help out my community and give back to my community.
I think it's wonderful. I talked with another, she was a junior in college this week, and was talking, she similarly has these passions to do good. And I was saying, she's equipping herself like you're equipping yourself with a college degree and training and a number of different certifications and things like that. And I said, the nonprofit world is booming, right? There's ways for you to be involved in organizations. We're so lucky to have Sam. He's a great fit for us. And, I'm going to say, I think he's enjoying himself, doing what we're doing. And, it's a wonderful way to fulfill that inner drive for making a huge change for people's lives. And then also having a profession and providing for a family. And there's so many options these days. It feels like it's just different. There's not just one track to get to places. So here comes Brittany.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being my first co-host and my guest. It was so great to talk to you. And thank you so much for allowing me to come up with this opportunity and work with you guys. So thank you.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Kayla. Thank you so much. I'm leaving you in wonderful hands with our wonderful Brittany. I hope you both have a wonderful time together, and I will be listening while I bake cookies.
Thank you. Definitely send me that recipe for the cookies.
What kind of cookies are you baking?
Well, I told the kids have lined up all the cookie cutters. So we're going to do sugar cookie cutout cookies. I am going to do one chocolatey snowball-y. It's like a cocoa snowball. I didn't tell Kayla about those. And then my
you don't like chocolate.
No, I don't like chocolate. So my favorite are these snickerdoodle like powdered sugar balls.
Yum, that sounds delicious.
They're really yummy. So
I might come over later to get
I'll save you some.
Thanks.
All right, y'all.
Bye. Have a nice one.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Hello, Brittany. How are you?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me. I'm so excited.
Me too. This is definitely this is our first time meeting.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, can you just give a brief introduction to yourself and to the viewers at home about who you are and yeah.
Yeah. I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. I went to Clemson. I know you go to South Carolina, but it's all good. My dad went to South Carolina. So, and I grew up, having a bunch of friends that went there and stuff like that. And then I moved to Charleston when I graduated from Clemson. I was in HR and marketing for about 5 years after college. And then my family actually started a charitable foundation. So we help out nonprofits in the community, mostly in Charleston and Columbia, because that's where my parents live. So mostly like children-based nonprofits. So I got involved. That's how I got involved with Doors to Dream. I met Carrie. And so now I'm president of the board for Doors to Dream, which has been an awesome thing. Like Carrie's awesome. And I love everything about Doors to Dream and what we're doing. So I'm super excited about that. I'm married. I live in Mount Pleasant now. And I have a dog named Peanut. So if she barks, I apologize. Hopefully she'll be quiet for this. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. I love going to the beach and doing stuff like that and hanging out with my friends and family. And I love volunteering in the community as well. So
yeah, I'm so excited to have you. And then Brittany's going to be our next co-host for the hour. I think, yeah, for the next hour. So I'm excited to have you as co-host.
Thank you.
So I know you said you went to Clemson and it's really breaking my heart because I went to USC, but can you talk a little bit about your experience at Clemson? What led you to going to Clemson?
Yeah. So like I said, I grew up in Columbia and I knew I just wanted to get away from home. So I was like, I'm not going to South Carolina. My mom went to Clemson. So I grew up going to like football games and stuff like that. And I just loved like the small town feel of Clemson. And when I went there, I was like, this is it. I really honestly only applied to a few more schools, but I kind of knew I always wanted to go to Clemson. So when I was there, we were not so good at football. Things have changed, but we were really bad. We lost a lot of games, so the majority of my games, and they were all at noon. So that was fun. But yeah, I was a marketing major. I graduated with a marketing degree, and I mean, I loved it there. I love going back to visit. So yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah. USC is not at the level of Clemson when it comes to football.
Hey, y'all used to be though. Y'all used to beat us all the time. Y'all were so good.
But I really do have faith in my Gamecocks, especially with us having a new coach, that we will redeem ourselves and get back to the par of playing football like I know we can do for sure.
And I know y'all can because I've seen it. I mean, I remember like my dad has tickets to the Carolina games, and so I would go. And I mean, y'all won every time, and it was difficult to go, sit through that. But I want competition, like, and I want y'all to be good. So
yeah, we all want us to be good. We're all rooting for our Gamecocks for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's time for a new coach.
Yeah, too. I'm excited to see what this new coach is gonna bring to the table for us as well too.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Have you been to a Clemson and Carolina game? Well, you probably have, being that you grew up around Carolina and Clemson.
I have, yeah. I've been to quite a few. I actually stopped going when y'all won all the time. So now I don't go to those games anymore. I haven't been to one since we won any. So
I have, unfortunately, because I'm only a sophomore, I haven't had the pleasure of going to a Clemson and Carolina game yet. But I am excited to go. Hopefully I can go next year.
Yeah. Fingers crossed that we're back to normal next year so you can experience a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know we have an annual Tiger Burn each year when we play Clemson. Does Clemson have any like tradition that they do?
Yeah, so we have like a big pep rally where we burn cocky.
Wow. Wow, that's okay. We burn a tiger too. So
Yeah, it was about the same thing.
yeah, okay. So I know you mentioned that after graduating from Clemson, you moved to Charleston. I just want to know why Charleston? What kind of inspired that move to Charleston?
I mean, I kind of grew up going to Charleston, and I mean, I always loved it. I love the beach. And honestly, a bunch of my friends like went to MUSC or were, in dental school. So I decided I got a job here. So I just decided to move. And I mean, I love it. Like, I wouldn't change anything. I kind of knew I didn't really want to go back to Columbia. I thought about Atlanta, but that city's just too big for me. I wanted something a little smaller. So, and it's close to the beach. So that's really what took me to Charleston. So I'm very glad. And I met my husband here. So
Aww,
it all worked out. Yeah.
That's so funny that you mentioned that Columbia is a big city. Maybe it's because I haven't really explored Columbia like that. But Columbia is so confusing as a city to me. Like,
it is.
I navigate myself around Columbia for nothing. Like, I still use the GPS anytime, like I'm driving to campus or going downtown. Like, I cannot navigate Columbia.
Well, and there's like a million different ways to get to places. Like, you can go so many different ways. And I feel like even if you're riding with someone, they're probably always going to take a different way to get there. So yes, it gets complicated. And with traffic, like, ways might take you a different way than you normally would go. So yeah. It's complicated for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
When I started driving, it took me a while to figure out my way.
Yeah, I'm still figuring out my ways. I've been in this school for like going on, like it'll be like 2 years next year, but I still have to use the GPS like to get to campus. Like, and even navigating around campus is difficult in itself too.
Yeah. Where are you from?
From Charleston, so I kind of relate to you.
Okay.
I kind of relate where I did not want to go to college Charleston. I want to get away from home, so I'm here at USC. It's a perfect distance from home as well too.
Yeah. It's just a quick little drive to get there. So that's good.
All right, yeah. So can you talk a little bit about like how you got involved with Doors to Dream and how you met Carrie and what that like journey has been like for you, especially being board president as well too?
Yeah, it's actually a really funny story. We started the Family Foundation about 4 years ago, honestly, almost exactly. I actually put a dress on Facebook Marketplace, and Carrie came to my house to see it. And whoever was listening to Carrie, like, she can talk, and like, she will, get you so interested in whatever she's saying. She's amazing at communicating. I mean, she's such an awesome person. And we got to talking on my doorstep, and I kind of told her what I was doing, and I was, running the Family Foundation, but I was really trying to get to know about the different nonprofits in the area because I wasn't super familiar. Like, my parent, like, I grew up knowing a lot in Columbia, but I didn't know as many in Charleston, and I wanted to really get involved with them here. So she told me about Doors to Dream, and she was like, we actually are having a clubhouse build next week, which I don't know if she mentioned much about the clubhouse builds, but we actually had one about a month ago at the Pink House, and the students at Burke came and helped build a clubhouse and the Pink House is a nonprofit. It's like a neighborhood house in West Ashley in Charleston. So all the kids that go to that after school program can use it, which is super exciting. But they were having one for kids with cancer like the next week. And she was like, do you want to come? And I said, yes, absolutely. And honestly, the rest is history. So it definitely was like meant to be that she was on my doorstep talking to me, because honestly, like, I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So, I mean, God was looking out for us and put me in the right hands, because I mean, getting to know Carrie and everything her and Hope have done with Doors to Dream is honestly amazing. Like, I couldn't be more excited to be involved. The students that we've worked with are awesome. I love them. I miss them. I got to see them about a month ago, and I get to see them through Zoom. But honestly, I cannot wait to get back in person because they're awesome. They are great. And I mean, I'm so excited about what's to come with Doors to Dream as well.
That's awesome. So I kind of want to know, what kind of inspired you to get involved just in general with nonprofit and community service as well?
So I always had a passion to help like kids with cancer. So I am involved with Camp Happy Days, but at the same time, I was like, I want to get involved with those kids that like that don't have the resources that everyone else has. And when my family started the charitable foundation, like I knew I didn't want to just like write a check to the nonprofit. I wanted to get involved and I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to see what was going on in our community and how we could help them. So that was kind of like what inspired me. And once I started getting involved and like getting to know the students that we were working with, it became such a passion of mine to really help them and give them opportunities that they normally wouldn't get. So it's been an amazing experience.
That's great. And I know you're the board president, so can you talk a little bit more about like what you do in your position and how's that been a contributor to Doors to Dream?
Doors to Dream is pretty small, as you know. It's only Carrie and Sam as actual like executive director and programs manager. And honestly, we meet probably monthly between us three via Zoom, and we kind of just discuss where Doors to Dream is going, kind of like strategies. I hop on the Zoom calls with the students. We used to do tutoring in person last year, so I would participate in that like 2 days a week. We had a lunchtime planning for our social impact projects weekly, so I'd also do that. And then obviously like I run the board meetings. So yeah, I mean, I'm very involved hands-on as a board president, and I mean, I love it. It's been great.
Yeah. And then I know you mentioned how you miss like going, being in the schools and actually working with the kids in person. So what's it been like navigating through all this during COVID?
It's honestly been really hard because the kids, they're Zoomed out. You know, they are doing Zoom from 8 to 3 with all their classes and their teachers. And, you know, they do get excited to see us, but at the same time, it's hard because they have after school activities or they're distracted. So trying to get them to like focus on Zoom meetings has been very difficult, but, you know, we worked on it, and seeing them a month ago in person, that was really good. So we're hoping to do more projects like that where, you know, we're socially distanced, we're outside, we're all wearing masks, but that way we actually get to see each other in person. So I know Sam has been working on some projects through Christmas. I know they went to decorate a tree the other day, and we're gonna wrap some gifts for Charleston Hope, and stuff like little projects like that have been really good for them to do as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Being able to find projects to do in the middle of COVID has been extremely difficult, but I'm glad that you guys had the opportunity to build the pink house. I believe it was
Yes,
in November.
yes, that was awesome. I was so excited when we were able to do that because, you know, it's hard to get stuff like that done these days, but, you know, you just got to push through. And as long as you're safe about it and, you know, socially distance, you can do it. So it's been good.
What would you say has been your most memorable moment while working with Doors to Dream?
Let's see, there's so many. I would say, so when we first went into Burke, we had 6 students that were working on a project, a toy drive for kids at MUSC with cancer. And they were just so excited, and they all spoke before we did the toy drive to all of the students at Burke. And I was just honestly so impressed with them. They did such an amazing job, and it was just awesome to see. So that was probably one of the most memorable because we had worked with them for like 6 months on this, and I was just so proud of them to see them confident speaking in front of all their classmates, because I know for me, that would have been terrifying, especially in high school. So I was so proud of them. So I was really excited to see them, you know, be able to do that.
Yeah, I think I saw pictures of the toy drive on you guys' website, and then it was in a newspaper. It looked like a lot of fun because I know Carrie mentioned earlier when she was on how they like raced to see who can put the most toys.
Yeah. So they had such a fun time with that.
Yeah. So I kind of asked Carrie this earlier, but what is it for you that makes working with high school kids so special?
I remember when I was in high school, I wasn't super confident in myself, and it's just a really hard time. And it's a lot to, prepare for college or whatever you're going to do next. And it's just almost like an awkward time. And I just knew that I really wanted to provide them opportunities to expand their horizons. And so I just love working with them because they need it more. You know what I mean? Like, I also work with elementary kids too. But there's something about high school students that they just get excited about the social impact projects, and they like understand what it means a little more. So yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah, I definitely agree because like I was telling Carrie earlier, high school students, they're that perfect group because like elementary schools, they're great. So middle school, but high school students, it's just something about high school students that they're witty, they're quirky, they're confident, they're fun. High school students definitely have a special place in my heart too.
Yes, absolutely.
So is this your first time like ever on a podcast or anything like that?
It is. Yes. I wasn't sure what to expect, to be honest, but it's been fun.
Yeah, how are you feeling about co-hosting for the next hour?
Great. Yeah, I'm excited about it. Do we have other guests coming on or?
Yes, so at 12, two of my old high school teachers, they'll be coming on and they'll be talking to us. And then
Awesome.
I have a couple of high school friends. I have someone from the Charleston Activist Network. She's actually the founder. Yeah, the mayor's going to be on later. I believe is going to be on later. So we definitely have some guests in store. Sam's going to be on later as well too. So
awesome. Well, you've got a good lineup, it sounds like.
Yeah,
I'm so impressed. I cannot believe you are only a sophomore in college.
Thank you. It's been when I first had this idea, I was super excited, but it was a lot of planning because I had finals and then schoolwork, and then work, and then like other activities involved in campus. So it's definitely been a lot like planning, but I'm so happy that I went through it and stayed committed because it's so rewarding. I'm so happy that you, Carrie and Sam, have helped out and wanted to be co-hosts. Like it's been definitely.
Well, we're so appreciative of you reaching out to us. Like we were so excited when we heard that you wanted to do this. So it's awesome. We're so excited.
Yeah, thank you. I asked Carrie this too, but do you have any plans for the holidays? Do you have anything special going on?
Probably we're just spending Christmas with my immediate family. So I have two sisters. One of my sisters is married. So her husband will be with us and my parents. And we just honestly just spend time together. We don't do anything too crazy. Christmas Eve we'll go to church and then we'll probably have dinner at home. And then on Christmas, we usually make like chili or gumbo or something like that. My husband loves to cook. So he'll probably make something like that. And then, we'll just spend time together. So I love Christmas. I love spending time with my family. So it's such a special time for me.
Yeah, chili. I haven't had chili in so long. It's funny that you mentioned that because literally yesterday I was thinking like, wow, I haven't had chili in a long time. I want to make some so that's funny that you brought that up.
Yeah. What about you? Do you have any plans?
Similar to you, I'm just going to be spending Christmas with my immediate family. We're going to dress up in Christmas pajamas and probably play some games and watch Christmas movies. And I like to bake too, so I'm excited about the baking part.
Yeah. I love cookies, so I'll probably bake some cookies too. What's your favorite Christmas movie?
Oh, that's a great question. I like all the Santa Clauses movie, like the Santa Claus 1, 2, 3.
Growing up, I think that was like the Santa Claus was like my favorite movie.
Yeah, I love those movies. I was so afraid of Jack Frost as a child. I was terrified of Jack Frost, but those are definitely some of my favorite movies.
I love Elf too. I don't know if you've seen Elf, but it cracks me up every time.
I don't want to say this on public because we're live, but I have not seen
it. No.
I've not seen it.
Okay.
I've heard great things about it. That is a requirement
that you watch it. It is so cute and funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it like my business to watch Elf this Christmas season for sure.
Yes, you need to. My sister would die if she heard that because Elf is like she can quote the entire movie.
Wow. Do you have any favorite Christmas music? Not Christmas music, Christmas movies that you like watching?
Like I said, I love the Santa Claus and I love Elf. Home Alone's good too. Those are
Yeah, Home
probably
Alones are hilarious
yeah,
too.
my top 3 for sure.
Definitely agree. I know you mentioned you like cookies, so let me ask you this, because I just have like this ongoing debate. Do you prefer oatmeal raisin cookies or chocolate chip cookies?
Probably chocolate chip.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know, it's just something about oatmeal raisin cookies that just, I don't know.
Yeah. I like oatmeal chocolate chip.
Thank
That's
you.
much
That's
better.
the
There's something
perfect
about the raisins
combination.
that I don't like.
Yeah, I feel like that's the perfect combination. Oatmeal chocolate chip cookies. I made
Yes.
some a while back and they were so good.
Yes. That's the way to go, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Um, oh my God, what I was about to ask you. Oh, are you the type of person to like celebrate Christmas like as soon as November hits, or like do you wait like as closer to it gets to Christmas time to start like getting ready for Christmas?
Okay, so I like to give Thanksgiving its time. So, but the second Thanksgiving is over, I'm ready to start with Christmas. That's when I start listening to Christmas music. I went to go get a Christmas tree that weekend, like right after Thanksgiving. So that's kind of my thing is I like to wait till after Thanksgiving, but right after Thanksgiving, I'm ready to go with Christmas. Like I love decorating for it. I love listening to Christmas music. It just makes me so happy.
Yeah.
What about you?
I I don't, well, I care about Thanksgiving, but like I like to celebrate Christmas at the start of November. Like once Halloween's over, it's Christmas
Yeah.
time for me in my head. I
Yeah,
just love Christmas so much.
I do too.
So we're going to be welcoming our next guest in 5 minutes. And until then, I guess my question to you is, why do you think it's important to get involved with the community and give back to the community, empower social good?
Yeah. I mean, the community is where we live. We should want to make it the best that it can be. You know, I feel like a lot of people live in their little bubble, but I think it's so important to get out there and see what's actually going on because I mean, you never know what kind of situation you're going to be in and help those around you. I mean, I just think everyone should be doing that. Like we want to make this world a better place. I know I do. And I mean, I don't know who would say they wouldn't. They don't want to. So I think it's just so important to get involved, get to know what's going on in the world around you. And I mean, try your best to support those that can't support themselves. So yeah.
Definitely, for sure, I agree. How has like being involved in your community and being involved with Doors to Dreams, especially in Charleston, made you more aware of what's going on in our community? Would you say it's helped you become more aware?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I was probably one of those that was in a bubble. I mean, going to Clemson, like it's a small town, you know, you're in a college town. There's not much else going on. I was in my little bubble of, you know, my friends and everything. And, you know, I moved here and was still in a bubble, you know, like you know, went out to dinner in downtown Charleston and didn't really explore or anything like that. And honestly, being involved with Doors to Dream has really like opened my horizons and made me realize like there are so many people out there that like need our help, that need support, that need those opportunities that they aren't given. So it has changed my life. It really has, and I am so beyond blessed to be involved with such an amazing nonprofit. And Carrie is an amazing person, and I don't know what I would have done without her in my life. Like she is awesome. And I mean, anyone who knows her is so lucky too. I mean, she's a great person. And I mean, Sam's awesome too. He has done an amazing job. I remember, you know, when we were interviewing for that position, he came in and I was like, he's our guy. And he has done above and beyond what I ever thought, you know, he would do. So we have such a great team, and I'm so lucky to be a part of it. And I'm so blessed to, you know, be able to work with these kids, because I mean, they are truly special kids, and I love them so much.
That's awesome. And then for anyone who's listening at home, what would be reasons why anyone should get involved with Doors to Dream?
So we really work with the students specifically at Burke to give them opportunities, to empower them to be whatever they want to be. You know, we connect them with people in the community. Say, you know, one of our students is an artist, and, you know, we connected her with a local artist in Charleston, and now she has like a Facebook art gallery, and you can purchase her art. I mean, it's amazing. And, you know, we connect them with social impact projects, and it just really empowers them to be great. And they get so excited to be able to help out with the community, because normally they don't get those opportunities. So it's been amazing. So I mean, I love Doors to Dream. You can go to our website or look on our social media and kind of figure out everything that we do, but it's a great organization.
Yeah, for sure. And then I just want to reiterate to anyone that's watching at home, you can donate to Doors to Dream. The link should be down below in like the YouTube comment box, I believe. But if not, the link is garnetmedia.org/patchwork, and you can just click and it'll take you right to Doors to Dream website where you can donate. But now we have two of our next guests, who is my old high school English teacher, Mrs. Scruggs. How are you? And then our second guest, Mrs. Johnson, who also teaches at the high school that I went to. So how are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. It's been so long since I've seen you, so it's like kind of weird seeing you through a computer now, but this is like my first time seeing you since I graduated.
I know. When I just got on and saw you, I was like, oh my God, it's Kayla. Not that I forgot what you looked like, but it's so nice to see you.
Great to see you too. How are you, Ms. Johnson?
Hey, how are you? I'm good. Thank you.
I'm good. So we're going to start by just allowing you guys to give a brief introduction about yourselves and who you are. So whoever would like to go first, go ahead.
Ms. Johnson, you want to go?
Sure. My name is Michelle Johnson, and I am an educator for James Allen Charter High School. Charity and I co-chair the Equity and Access Committee at James Allen Charter High School. I'm also a community advocate, and trying to follow in the footsteps of my dad, who was also an advocate and doing things on James Island to promote equity and access for our youth and for some of our islanders here in Charleston.
And I am Charity Scruggs. I teach high school English at James Island Charter High School currently. I've been teaching there for 7 years. I think this is my 8th year. And then I taught for 5 years downtown at Burke High School. And I'm not from Charleston, but I always try to teach my students the importance of working with the community, bringing the community together, and ultimately the role of schools within the community. And Miss Johnson has taught me so many things about James Island. I definitely take the back seat to her.
That's great. Thank you guys for giving that introduction to yourself. I always remember like back in high school, Miss Scruggs and Miss Johnson, they were like the dynamic duo. Like, for sure. Miss Scruggs, since I've been able to take your class, unfortunately, Miss Johnson, every time I tried to get in your African American Studies class, it was full. I wanted to take that class so bad. But can you kind of give the viewers a background on how we met and like our relationship?
So I met you as a student in my AP Lang class, which is, for those of you that aren't familiar with AP Language and Composition, it's an argument and rhetoric class, but I teach it more like a current events class. And so we use what's happening in our world as the content to build the skills about analyzing arguments and politics and social movements. And so we did a lot of social justice stuff. And Kayla was very outspoken. Kayla would call me on my stuff when I would make mistakes, which I appreciated, because I always love to learn from my students. I know that you have Max on later, and taught me a lot too. But Kayla was really outspoken and insightful, and shared a lot of personal stuff. And I think we worked together to I don't know that we did enough activism. I think we did a lot of like calling things out. And so I know moving forward, it's like, once we call it out, what are we going to do about it? Right. And then you didn't get to take Miss Johnson's class, but you know her.
I do know her. Yeah. I would definitely say your AP Lang class has definitely like light the fire under me that I have now. It's been that kind of starting point, and its starting point is kind of just transcended from there. So I really thank your class. I'm really appreciative that I took your class in my junior year of high school. So Ms. Johnson, you teach African American Studies at James Allen. Can you kind of talk about like how that started or what that experience has been like for you?
So that class initially started when I was a student at James Allen Charter High School, which was formerly James Allen High School. And the course was started by some teachers who, after the blending of Fort Johnson and James Island, we had a lot of African-American Black teachers, well, African-American teachers that matriculated into what became James Island High School Trojans. And so there was a crying out for a course to recognize our history. And you got to remember at that time, the peninsula of south of Charleston was 80% African-American. James Island, sorry, there's a helicopter. Apparently there's a helicopter that flies around. I don't know if they're spying. I don't know what they're doing.
Coming for you.
But so the need was expressed in the mid 90s. And it was promoted by Mr. Brown and some others, as well as UBASA, which was another group that started out of that, the students who took that course. So I had an opportunity to get that exposure as a student. When I returned home to James Island as an educator, as a teacher, I was kind of saddened by the fact that that class was gone. So my very first year, I taught journalism, and just like Ms. Scruggs, I taught it more like a current events class and writing about those current events, and of course, rhetoric. But I knew that there was a need. As I taught English as well, we would talk about certain things, and you could tell that there was a deficit in terms of Black literature, understanding the history connected to literature. And so with the help of Ms. Scruggs and a couple of other teachers, we got a petition together where students basically wrote down their name requesting the reactivation of the course. So the course actually never died, but when you lose interest and the number levels go down, they remove the course from the course syllabus. So we started out with about 13 children, which was small. And now we have 3 blocks. And you know, the good thing is with COVID, even though COVID is horrible, with us doing virtual learning, I've had parents who've also kind of, you know, listen in on the discussion and things. And so, you know, that if I could say there was a silver lining coming out of that, I feel like I'm reaching more. So my goal is to encourage more students to take that course. And even in your case, if you're unable to take the course, because I know those advanced courses are set, and a lot of times it's hard to squeeze in those electives, especially when you're at the end, right? Mm-hmm. But I would encourage more students to take those collegiate level courses that offer African-American literature and studies, because African-American literature is American literature. We are who we are today because of the contributions of African-Americans and African enslaved Africans. And so that needs to be presented that way, respectfully and through literature, you know, not in isolation apart and just in history, but in conjunction with literature. So I don't know if I answered your question, but.
Yes, you definitely did. So since I never took the class, I want to know, what are some topics that you cover in your African-American Studies class?
So one of the things we start talking about is, of course, racism. We start off with that, okay? Because you have to understand where race comes from, that race was created primarily in America. And we're not talking about culture and ethnicity and religion, right? But we're talking about the categories of race. The early stages when you had pseudoscience that referred to people as Australoids, Mongoloids, Caucasoids, and all these things, and Negroids, right? And so when we think back on that, I start there because I want them to understand, number one, and because it is African American lit, of course I tailor it to American history. I want them to understand that scientifically, there is no difference between us. And then of course we graduate from that. Once there's an understanding of what it means to be an American, even back to Bacon's Rebellion, I'll talk about that and how, a lot of people that are considered, American today, such as Native Americans were not even considered American citizens until the 1940s. So, you have to get that I hate to say, it's almost like when you're tilling the ground, right? When you're growing something, you have to dig up all of the things that don't belong in the ground and bring those things to the surface and expose them. And then, of course, we follow a timeline. So we go from early African literature. I can't cover every African leader, but I try to get the regions between North, South, East, and West Africa. And so we also have to I want to say, if you've ever read Carter G. Woodson's Miseducation of the Negro, that's our primary text. And so my goal is to make sure we undo some of those things where students have been misinformed or learned information that's incorrect. We try to lift that veil. So we go to Africa, cover some literature there, and then we get on in the timeline into slavery. But we don't talk about slavery in terms of just Africans and enslaved Africans being workers. But we talk about what they contributed to the economy. We talk about the complicity of the North in slavery, because a lot of times people excuse the North from slavery and the roles that they played in I don't want to go too far, but the role that the North sometimes plays, played in that as well economically. We graduate from that, and then we go into Reconstruction. We look at literature that was written by the abolitionists. We juxtapose your white abolitionist from your Black abolitionist. And then, like right now, we're currently getting into the Harlem Renaissance. And so with that, I'm not sure, because again of COVID, I'm not sure if I'll be able to get any further than that, because our schedule has been kind of janky. but ideally, we would get into what we would call neo-Black literature, okay? Even into Afrofuturism, which a lot of students don't know anything about, right? When we're talking about dystopian literature, well, Black writers have a place in that, we even dance along the lines of Black female writers and feminists, okay? Bell Hooks and such. So it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, you're dropping some gems right now, Ms. Johnson. And it's so funny because African American Studies is my minor here at USC. So I've been able to learn about things that I have never, ever heard of my whole 12 years of being in K through 12 school. And it's so funny because I'm like, every time I leave my FAM class, I'm like, why don't I know this? Why are they teaching this? I never knew this. And then not even the African American history on a national scale, but African American history here in South Carolina is tremendous, and it's something that's not talked about as much as well too.
And that's not leaving any wiggle room for educators not knowing, because our goal is to know so that we can pass that information on. But I feel like in some cases, educators are also underserved. We think about students being underserved and not being holistically prepared when it comes to literature and things like that outside of your traditional canon. But sometimes, you can't teach what you don't know. And then sometimes, just to leave a little wiggle room, sometimes there are teachers that do know this information, but they may not feel comfortable in their delivery. They're knowledgeable, but they may not feel comfortable in how to present that information, especially when you're talking about 9 through 12, grades 9 through 12, or 6 through 8. So, I have the luxury of being a Charlestonian, being an islander, a native, And so I have that luxury where I can, and as an African American, of course, I can do that. But yeah, sometimes it's just, teachers go out on a limb with teaching things, and and Ms. Scruggs can speak to that point, I'm sure, with the going out on a limb and teaching things and not really certain about the feedback that you're going to get. But as she says all the time, as an educator, you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. And Ms. Scruggs says that all the time. And, I don't want to take away from what she can contribute, but I definitely want to leave room for her to share how she even inspires me.
Yeah, I think that I think when you share with the students that, this is probably uncomfortable for all of us, and just like be honest, and, if we have to call each other out. But one of the things, and I made a mistake with Kayla, and Kayla kind of called me out in a spoken word poem the year later, and just that, we were talking about race, and we were talking about the N-word specifically. And Kayla was like, I am the only Black female in the room. And so now do I sit here and listen to all these white people talk about the N-word and not say a thing or live up to the stereotypical angry Black woman? Or do I speak my mind? And I never in that moment didn't recognize that I had put Kayla in that position. So, I do think I always take the chances, but I think specifically white educators have to be careful about doing damage, right, to our students of color. And so it's difficult, but I hope, Kayla, that you could, testify that it's better to do it and recognize that you're going to make mistakes, and stay humble and say to the kids, I'm sorry, I made a mistake here. And then also calling out some of the microaggressions that happen sort of naturally in the high school classroom. But I know, Ms. Johnson, one of the things that you taught me, because you came my second year, I think, second or third year at JI. And one of the things that I didn't really recognize, but you were like, our students don't even know their own history. And that, Kayla, you were talking about, being African-American history as your minor, and you're learning all of these things and not even knowing the South Carolina history. And that is so present in Charleston, and there's such a rich history. Yes. And, Ms. Johnson, I hear you talking about how, we might let some of the teachers off the hook because if they're not prepared, then how can they? But we really, as a nation and as a profession, have to shift from that Eurocentric white narrative. And if that continues to be the focus of our teacher prep programs, then that's going to continue to be the focus of our K-12 curriculum. And so those are big shifts that we need to take on. You guys ready to do the work? Y'all ready? Let's do it. But it's not easy, and I'm grateful because I have you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson will be like, no, Scruggs, you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. But I'm also not ignorant enough to do some really crazy things. We can have the tough conversations, and you got to build the culture of the room first. It has to truly be a safe space. And
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
And even with that, I, as an African-American teacher, I face pushback. One of the things when we're talking about our standards for South Carolina English, one of the things that they're leaning heavy on is historical context, primary source documents, real world text, informational text. Those are things that we have shifted from on paper, but not every educator has grasped what that looks like. Yes. And so one of the pushbacks that I received when I also taught American Lit. And so one of the things that I did face, some students were not used to reading more than one story written by more than one Black person. So when you talk about American Lit, you can't force someone to embrace when we would say American literature or Americanisms or patriot beliefs, and then squeeze them out of the story, squeeze them out of the narrative, And so my first year teaching U.S. history, not U.S. history, but American literature at James Island, because I taught it in Orangeburg. But my first year teaching it at James Island, yes, there were some students who were uncomfortable because, and not taken away from Martin Luther King, but that's all they knew. And so when you start bringing in other writers, when you talk about the prelude to Martin Luther King, when you start talking about Walter White, who actually started the Brown versus Board of Education case that, was taken on by the NAACP later. When you talk about David Walker, who was the prelude to Frederick Douglass, I decided to remove the names. I did introduce my literature with those names. And of course, this is American Lit, not African American Lit. When I was teaching that class, sometimes I had to introduce what I wanted to talk about by using the names that were great for the palate, right? The digestible, right? I love to say, and one phrase I'll tell my students all the time, you don't have to believe me. You take the meat and you leave the bone. You take the parts that you can eat and you can chew on and you can digest, and you leave the other parts on the plate for whoever wants to have it. But it's not going to sway me from teaching my truth and what I know as an educator. So when we start reading, for instance, the work of David Walker and juxtaposing David Walker's work to Frederick Douglass, Frederick Douglass, people are used to him, right? They've gotten comfortable with him. But David Walker, who was definitely more tongue in cheek, they weren't comfortable with some of the things that he was talking about. They weren't comfortable with his type of abolition, right? Him being a free Black man and a writer, and being able to write freely, that bothered him, a lot of students. Phyllis Wheatley is another one who is definitely, was recognized nationally. But a lot of times I sometimes have to stay away from her literature because some of her poems sound more like she's romanticizing slavery simply because her condition as a slave was, a little bit better than others. And if you have students that aren't prepared to have that discussion, you might have to either table that type of literature, or, as I said earlier, use another writer in order to segue into it. But, again, I am in my own skin. I've had people, students sometimes say, this doesn't feel like American Lit, because it went against the traditional canon. And so my goal, again, that's why I said I love Ms. Scruggs' terms. I know she got it from somewhere, but the whole get comfortable with being uncomfortable, we have to create spaces in the canon, in the discussion. And the only way you can do that is, sometimes introduce people to things that they may not, might be new to them, right? But look at your thirst as a student, Kayla. In college, you're saying, now you're thirsty for this. You've always been, right? But there's a hunger to know more. But you are in a position where you can get that, right? You're in college. You can articulate your needs, what you want to hear. And I'm sure you can also research, but what about those students that aren't as savvy, who looks out for them and who looks out for the 9th grader, the 8th grader, who wants to see themselves in literature, but doesn't have the language to articulate that to their teacher.
Yeah, and it's not just, it's all students too, and also the needs of the community. And so it is, especially on James Island, and in Charleston and South Carolina, it's necessary, yeah.
And then kind of from a student's perspective, when you learn about your history, especially not ever being taught it, you feel more empowered about who you are as a person and where you come from. There's definitely a sense of pride that comes with learning about African American history that I greatly enjoy. That's why I love my minor so much. This semester, I had the privilege of taking a modern civil rights class, and we looked at the civil rights movement, but more in detail. Because so often when you learn about the civil rights movement, you only hear about Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks. You don't never hear about Medgar Evers, SNCC, John Lewis and his contribution, Fannie Lou Hamer and her contribution with the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. You never hear about those things. So it's definitely been a pleasure learning about all those things and just getting more and more informed about our history.
And there is a tour in Columbia. I think it's called History 360 is the program. But that's an excellent tour as well. For instance, we, like you mentioned, Rosa Parks. Although Rosa Parks was the face of the movement for the Montgomery boycott, the bus boycott and everything like that. But you had Mary Lou Fleming right in Columbia who did it first, there's that saying of, I won't say the bad word, but we'll say, chick stole my look. It's almost like chick stole my movement, right? Chick stole my movement. And so you have Mary Lou Fleming, and you had Claudette Colvin, and then you had Rosa Parks.
Mm-hmm.
And even when we talk about the civil rights movement, we know that the 50s and the 60s was actually the climax, right? Because civil rights started with abolition.
Mm-hmm.
It goes farther back. And so went from and that's really the term I think we attached the term to the decade. But civil rights is civil rights, period. Rather, it's civil rights for LGBTQ, civil rights for, even outside of the United States, every nation has their version of a civil rights movement. So when we're talking about civil rights for African Americans, we understand that that's a broad stroke of when we're talking about civil rights. It's just that we've been in the line the longest in terms of waiting, tap, tap, tap. Hey, we still here. When you go back to those writers, Jupiter Hammond is another one, religious man. Sadly, he wrote about wanting freedom for Africans and African Americans, or what he said, Negroes at the time. But he did not want freedom for himself. And I think that is even telling, for a man to write that back in the 1700s as a writer and say, I want to say 1700s, I might be incorrect on that, but for him to write that and say, I desire freedom for generations, but not me, that also kind of lets us know about maybe, do I feel prepared to be a citizen? Do I feel prepared to be an American? So these stories are important. In terms of Charleston, and I don't want to take all your time, but I want to mention also, yes, Charleston history is definitely rich. Right now, I serve on a committee that's working with the African American Cemetery Preservation. And so we're trying to clean up some of these Black cemeteries and also communicate the names on those gravestones to the families, because that's important. When you have a lot of neighborhoods being built, and these neighborhoods are being built on top of areas that they shouldn't be. Other historical impacts, such as we know Gullah Geechee now is a language. It's official language. When I was a child, it was not. But we're making great strides. That language is now taught as a course by Sun Michaud at Harvard University. Yeah. So it's growing. Even in terms of Robert Smalls, I wish that students could learn more about that, or even the Charleston riot of 1919 that happened right downtown. You're absolutely correct. There's a lot of local history. We could start there, if nowhere else.
Yeah, definitely. And we're running into like the last 4 minutes of you guys' segment. So my question to both of you guys are, why is it important to you to educate the youth about these issues pertaining to the Black community, and why is it important as an educator to promote social justice?
I don't know, 4 minutes is not enough. Well, I think we have to understand, gosh, I don't know, I'm like stumbling on my words here, but I think it comes down, all right, to simplify, right? Empathy. And we have to understand ourselves and other people. And we have to recognize that we all have different experiences, not simply based on race, but we have to honor that. And we, as a white woman who is raising white children, I often think about how can I raise, especially my boys, to understand the power of being a white man in a way that is not destructive. And I know that might sound heavy, but that is something that I really grapple with. And I have witnessed their teachers sort of make mistakes along the way in ways that alienate Black and brown kids in their classrooms. And then I have to have this discussion with them. And so I think it's important to help them understand, not just my children, all people, that I don't know. I got to pass because I just have so much to say. But just that we're all here. We need to work together as a community so that our communities can evolve. And this rugged individualist narrative that we've sort of adopted over the last decade or so is really dangerous for all of us, especially middle class people and lower. You know, the upper class, they're okay because they can afford to be okay. And I just think we all need to recognize our roles within that and how we can work to help each other grow so that our communities grow and flourish.
I'll just keep it very, very short because I know you're down to your last minute. Ownership, and I just think that it's important that we destroy false narratives. We don't want to continue to give revisionists the microphone. I think that we now need to, in order to understand your place in history, your place in America moving forward, or even in a global society, you have to understand what you come from. You have to know the truth about who we are. And as educators, that starts with us, because we have these students in front of us for 8 hours a day. And we're competing with social media and television. So the only version of truth that they may receive may come from us. And my ultimate goal is to not empower children just to be able to have a seat at the table, but to empower them to be able to build their own table and invite others to their table, because you don't always want to have to eat what other people are serving. But if you control your table, you set the menu. And so that's my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you, ladies, so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure seeing you guys since high school. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
No problem. All right. And now we're welcoming our next.
Max. Sorry. Can I say hi to Max quick?
Yeah.
It's good to see you, Max.
You too. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Max. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Kayla?
I'm good. And then now we're going to introduce our next co-host, Sam. Brittany, it's been a pleasure co-hosting with you for this past hour. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Bye. Y'all have fun with Sam.
Hey, Sam. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good. So before we get started with Max, Amani, and Kayvon, can you just give yourself a brief introduction of yourself, since you're going to be our next co-host for the final 2.5 hours, I believe, if my math is correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I am the director of development for Doors to Dream. So I am doing a lot of like the on the ground work with students, which has been so much fun over the past 1.5 years or so. I grew up in Athens, Georgia, and then ended up going to school at the University of North Carolina. And then I think someone mentioned it earlier, after graduation, I went and taught 8th grade science with TFA in Nashville. So did that for 2 years and moved over here, and was very fortunate and lucky to find Brittany and Carrie in Doors to Dream. And the rest is history. So it's been such a pleasure thus far, and I'm really excited to get to talk and break down some issues over the next 2.5 hours.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to definitely chat with Sam later. I think time plus 1:30, so we'll have that 30 minutes to chat. But for my next guest, how are you guys doing?
I am good.
All right, and then this is my first time meeting Amani and Kayvon. Max, you and I, we go way back since high school. So if you guys don't mind, can you guys give a brief introduction about yourselves to the audience?
I will go first. My name is Amani Lazarus. I am a freshman at the College of Charleston. I'm studying political science. I've lived in Charleston for, I want to say, about 10 years now. So love it here.
Greetings. My name is Kevon Singleton. I am a sophomore Africana Studies major at Morehouse College, where I minor in political science and religion. Born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina.
And Max, you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Max Milliken. I went to James Allen Charter High School with Miss Kayla King, the host for today. I'm a junior at the College of Charleston, majoring in political science and minoring in crime law and society.
Awesome. So Max, since we kind of know each other, can you give the viewers the background about how we met and how our relationship came to be?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So Kayla and I met in high school, like we said, and we got to know each other in Miss Scruggs' AP Language and Composition class. She was just on a minute ago. And we had a lot of really great, she used the Socratic method. So if anyone knows what that means, she basically just, we would have a lot of really great political discourse in that class. She taught us how to write argumentatively, and she largely influenced me to want to become an attorney, because we had to do a social justice reading and writing assignment. And the book I read for that was Just Mercy. I think the other options were like Hillbilly Elegy by J.D. Vance.
Yeah, I know my book was The Hate U Give by Angie Thompson.
Right.
All American Boys was another one too. I can't remember the other ones.
Yeah, but yeah, we all kind of got to know each other pretty well through just really good kind of debate. Sometimes it ended up being
Yeah, it did.
And then just really good political conversation moderated by Miss Scruggs. So that was a great experience.
Yeah, and then since all of us are college students, I want to know, what has been your experience like this semester learning online with COVID? And whoever wants to answer can go first.
I think Amani should answer.
Oh yeah, because you're a freshman, so how has your freshman year been during this time?
Hang on, I had to push unmute instead of holding the space bar like I usually do. It was interesting. I did kind of hybrid courses. Online learning is not my preferred style of learning. I like to be in a brick and mortar setting. I've always enjoyed having a teacher in front of me that I can interact with, and I like discussion style things. So interacting with my peers is an important part of the way I learn. So to not have that for some of my classes was a big struggle, but I took dual enrollment classes through high school. So I was not unfamiliar with what college classes were like and the rigor of the style of courses that colleges using. So that was kind of an advantage for me compared to some of my other freshman friends who this was their first semester of any college style course, and some of them were online or hybrid. But I think it was a learning curve for everybody. And I think at the end of the day, for us to all kind of pull together and survive the way that we did kind of speaks a lot about us. And to the professors too. I mean, it's amazing the kind of adapting style that they had to do to be able to teach virtually, start grading assignments virtually. Some professors are used to grading papers that you hand to them, and now they're downloading them out of a Dropbox. So I think it was different for everybody, but I think everybody did really great with it.
Yeah, for sure. But Max, if you want to answer, tell us about your semester experience. Were you fully online, Max, or were you hybrid?
I was pretty much. Every class I took except for one was online. Now, the CFC, the College of Charleston wasn't entirely sure at the beginning of the semester with what classes were going to be, hybrid, totally online. There's a bunch of different terminology to distinguish them apart. But basically, one of my Spanish class was supposed to be a hybrid course where I went one day and then didn't go the next day, and then went in person the day after that. And our professor kind of just didn't make in-person attendance a requirement. People still went, but she taught pretty well over Zoom, and I think we all were able to kind of deal with the remote learning thing well. But yeah, I mean, every professor is different, every class is different. I definitely kind of feel for the STEM students, and anyone in a science, I really kind of feel for right now, just because I think that not having that time in the lab and not having as much access to hands-on learning. I think that's really going to be a challenge moving forward, and has been a challenge this semester.
For sure. My experience has been unique in a sense. I've had 3 in-person classes this semester. And one of them was, then I had one class that was like online through Zoom, and then I had one that was like completely asynchronous. And even with my in-person classes, it's definitely not the same as it would be like if we weren't in a pandemic. So it's been interesting navigating through all of that. Kind of like you said, one of my professors, he kind of stopped taking attendance for in-person, so you can just log on via Blackboard, which is the system we use. But it's definitely been an interesting experience going to school in the middle of a pandemic. I never thought I would be going to school in the middle of a pandemic, but here we are.
Yeah, right.
So I know you guys are all involved in social justice, and I want to know, how do you guys how did you start getting involved with social justice? Like, what was the beginning point for each of you? So whoever wants to answer first can go ahead.
For me, social justice started around 7th grade. I started as a documentary filmmaker. I'm in 7th grade making short films about civil rights and human rights. From there, it just went on and it grew. I saw that I was able to educate my community, and I kind of wanted to take a bigger role with that. And from there, I started public speaking and things of that nature. And so that's kind of how I got where I am now.
I personally, social justice was always something that I was interested in, but growing up, I was talkative and I was friendly, but I never saw myself, ever speaking to people on behalf of anybody else. And as I grew, some of my teachers started to kind of see that in me. And so a lot of them pushed me to take more leadership roles in my schools, to do things like student government and things like that. And so as I took on more leadership positions, I kind of saw that as an opportunity to bring the things I was passionate about, like social justice, into and kind of mix that in together to be one big thing. I always loved reading, and so I read a lot about social justice growing up. And of course, my parents grew up as African Americans in this country, so they were always telling me about things, and my dad was always telling me about his experience with law enforcement and things like that. And then in 10th grade, I had one assignment which kind of shifted everything for me, which kind of got me into the law path, things like that. We were told for our government class to try to draft a bill by ourselves, just like a bill for the state house or something like that. But just a form of legislation, basically. And I kind of loved doing it. I loved the research behind it. I loved, seeing that final product in front of me. And so that assignment kind of set it in stone for me that this was something that I wanted to pursue, and, something that I loved and knew that I wanted to make a big part of my life long term.
Yeah, so I was 14 years old on June 17th, 2015. That was the date of the Mother Emanuel shooting in Charleston, South Carolina. And until that point, I had it in my mind that I was going to be a professional guitar player, and go and be in a rock band for the rest of my life, and do that, and teach music and whatnot. But I was somehow, my mom and I were able to get into TD Arena for Reverend Clemente Pinckney's funeral. And it was a pretty high profile event. There were lots of politicians there from all over the country, including President Obama. Hillary Clinton was there, Biden was there. And the eulogy that President Obama gave at that funeral profoundly touched me, and kind of woke me up a little bit to the state of how things were and are in this country. And it really kind of, at that point, I wasn't really aware that that was going to be the career path, and that was going to be what I started, the capacity that I started to work in and volunteer in for, so many years after. But, later on, I ended up, Amani and I both actually ended up, summer before I started college, we were both mayoral fellows with the city of Charleston, working under John Tecklenburg. And basically what we did was we were in different city departments learning about how government worked. And we would have a lot of great discussions as a fellowship. And then we would be able to go off during the week and work within that department. And we gained a lot from that and learned a lot about government doing it. And I think we all kind of got more motivated at that point to pursue a career in law or in government, things of that nature, politics. I worked as a field director for a local county council campaign. Amani's been working for law firms. So, I mean, we all are kind of finding our path and working towards, doing more work and more good for the community in light of a lot of really profound events that have taken place during our teenage years.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I can definitely relate. Once the Emmanuel 9 happened, it was kind of like a turning point, like, because you see stuff like that happen all the time in other places, but you never think it's going to happen in your hometown. And when it does, it's like, oh wow, this is real. I mean, it's always been real, but like this is real. So that has definitely been a turning point for myself personally, and why I'm involved in social justice and why I want to pursue activism lifelong. So yeah, I definitely can relate to that. So I'm kind of curious to know, how did you three meet each other? Like, how did that connection happen? I know you mentioned you and Amani were fellows for the mayor, but how did all this happen?
I went to high school with Kevon before he abandoned us, but that's a different story. I went to high school with him, and so we kind of know each other from there. I think I met you because you were there before I was, so probably my 8th grade year. So I guess I went to like a little bit of middle and high school. It's a middle and high school that we went to. So I met him in 8th grade, and then I met Max at that mayoral fellowship that he's talking about. So then when Kevon approached me about the Charleston Equity Initiative, which you mentioned, or you may have mentioned earlier, and it was mentioned somewhere, when he approached me about that, and then he was like, I think we kind of have another role that we need to fill. Well, he didn't say we had another role we needed to fill. He asked me to do some things that I did not feel equipped to do. And I was like, this is not me, but I have somebody who I know that I think could fit this role really well. And so I introduced him to Max, and that is, the rest is history, 6-month-old history. Like,
Gotcha. Amani and Kevon, what high school did you guys go to?
Palmetto Scholars Academy.
Gotcha. Okay, I know exactly what that's at. So can you guys kind of like talk a little bit more about the Charleston Equity Committee, and what are you guys doing? How did that come about? Where did that start?
I'll let our visionary John talk about that part.
So the Charleston Equity Initiative is exactly what it says. We're simply just trying to change Charleston by providing equity to those who don't have it. We understand that equality is no longer, the answer. We fought for equality and nothing has gotten done. African Americans are in the same position, especially here in Charleston. However, we understand that, providing equity, giving that footstep to our students, to our people of African American descent in general, is what we need. And so that's what we're trying to do here at the Charleston Equity Initiative. Our first project happened to be the Charleston Equity Concert, in which we got several different gospel artists and had them come on and sing songs and stuff. This is exactly during the time of the Black Lives Matter movement this summer. It's an ever occurring movement, I should say, but that happened this summer. And we raised money for 4 different nonprofits that benefited Black youth. And that's where our goal was in the beginning. And now we're going to take on a different approach. In the coming weeks, we have a project I haven't told Max and Amani about, but we do have a project coming up. And it's going to be something pretty cool. So just look out.
That's awesome. So it's so inspiring to see like people in our generation like really being the advocates for change that we so rightfully deserve. How has it been navigating doing all this work in the middle of COVID?
It's been a challenge. It's definitely been a challenge. We had plans following the Charleston Equity concert that Kevon was just referencing. We had plans to try to distribute some supplies to some lower income students in the Charleston area. And we kind of halted that just because we were concerned about any type of in-person contact at that point, because this was still during a time when we didn't know as much about the virus as we did now. So, we've definitely been, having discussions about, different types of activities, but really just, what we're proud of the most at this point, I think, and unless someone wants to step in and correct me, we had a candidate for solicitor, Mr. Ben Pogue, who helped us a lot with the organization and the creation of this nonprofit. He helped us file with the state to make us an official nonprofit. So that's kind of where we're at now, and we're really proud to have that one solid event down pat, and looking towards the future with the anticipation that maybe within the next year or so, once more people get vaccinated, depending on the outcomes of these vaccines, we can get out and do some more in-person work for the community and for the people that need it in Charleston County.
Gotcha. And then Kevon, I know you kind of hinted at like an event coming up, but do you guys have anything else planned for the remainder of this year or going into next year?
Yes, ma'am. So currently, it's not an event. It's more so just an idea. Amani and Max are going to hear it for the first time. But currently here, I work, you guys can't tell, I work at Hibbett Sports. I'm actually at work right now. It's a busy day for me. That's why I'm in this clustered background.
Well, thank you for taking time out your schedule to talk to us. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But so at Citadel Mall, we have a lot of kids who African-American students at that who attempt to make what is it called? The sweetgrass roses. And like, security's often running them off and stuff like that. So with our most recent project, I want to get done before Christmas, is I want to give those kids the opportunity to come in the mall and set up a little shop and sell their goods. Because number one, as African American, that's our heritage, that's our culture. So for a security guard to sit there and be like, oh no, you can't sell that or something like that, is robbing us of our culture, number one. And number two, these are kids who could be doing something else. They could be selling drugs. They could be somewhere on the streets, but instead they're using their culture, to instead, buy lunch for the day or something like that. And so I'm actually going to talk to the manager today of Citadel Mall and get that in works. So we can, give these kids a little bit of entrepreneurship, some classes or whatever,
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's actually a genius idea. Especially like during the holiday time too. Like I'm pretty sure people are in the mall like trying to buy Christmas gifts and whatnot, and boom, those kids are gonna be, hopefully they make a lot of bank too. Yes,
ma'am, that's the goal. They're usually here just by like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I see them, every time I see them, I don't even take a rose. I usually just donate like, $5 or $10 or something. Because usually they just do it to get some lunch. But like, that right there, you're 8, 10, 11 years old and you're able to have those type of entrepreneurship skills already, just shows a lot. And so if we're able to, just horn in those skills, and get these kids where they need to be and, and let them use those skills in a bigger platform, I feel like we can definitely give them a chance.
That's awesome. So is there any way people can get involved with the Charleston Equity Initiative? Are you guys looking for volunteers? How does that process work for you guys?
On our website, the Charleston Equity Initiative. Yes, ma'am. The Charleston Equity Initiative.org. One second. I don't want to be wrong about it.
I think it's a .com, Kevon.
It is .com. I'm sorry, I forgot. If on our Charleston Equity Initiative.com, we actually have ways you can contact us, and it'll go directly to Benjamin Buckley, who's over our communications and everything like that. And we can get in talks with you about any ideas you have. If you want to get involved in some volunteer work, anything of that nature.
That's amazing. Congrats to you guys for coming out with this idea and starting this initiative and just having it blow up essentially like that. That's amazing.
Thank you so much, Kayla. Yeah, we really just hope that we're able to, continue providing resources to lower income students who need it, and make equity more attainable in Charleston. And regardless of what shape that takes, we're not really sure yet, but we're gonna do it and we'll get there. So thank you so much for letting us come on, and talk about it.
No problem. Yeah, there's definitely a need for things like this in Charleston. I don't think people really realize. So I'm really happy that you guys are doing this and pushing the message out there that these issues exist in Charleston, South Carolina, and this is what we're going to do to combat these issues. So Kevon, I kind of asked Max and Amani earlier what their semester has been like in the middle of pandemic, and I know you mentioned you go to Morehouse. What's it been like for you? Have you been home back in Charleston doing online classes? Have you been able to go on campus? So what's it been like for you?
So for me, this experience has been miserable. Of course, Morehouse College is an HBCU, and one of the best things about an HBCU is that HBCU experience. So homecoming, football games, things of that nature, and I haven't had it. So for me, it's been a little miserable. However, the online classes have been okay. I didn't do as well as I did in previous semesters, just because it's an adaptation I'm going through right now. But at the same time, however, I'm extremely grateful, just for the fact that we are able to continue our learning. And granted, it wasn't the HBCU experience I wanted at Morehouse. I had it at my mom's house. It still was an experience, nevertheless.
Yeah, for sure. And poor Amani, this is your freshman year. At least the three of us, the three of us, we've had that like freshman year experience before. Amani, she's missing out on that freshman year experience, but hopefully your sophomore year you can get that experience that you missed out on due to this pandemic.
Yeah, I think the College of Charleston has put a lot of effort into making it as good as they can. They gave us the option to do hybrid or online if we preferred to. So of course I chose hybrid and in-person classes as much as I could, because like I said, that's how I learn best. But they have done a lot of listening to the students. They've done a lot of changes around us. They've implemented things like pass fail, all that kind of stuff. And I'm a commuter to begin with. I don't live on the campus, and so it's not like I'm completely detached. I didn't have to quarantine in the dorms as much as everybody else did. It's been different than what I thought it would be, but I do think that it's going to continue to improve, and I think it'll still be a college experience for me nonetheless. So
yeah, for sure. You mentioned you guys have a pass-fail option. I don't know if anybody from USC on the board of trustees is listening, but can we please get a pass-fail option here at the University of South Carolina?
The funny thing is, they didn't do a pass-fail for this semester. What they did for this semester was they extended our withdrawal date. So while our withdrawal date November, I think in November like 18th or something max, they made it so that you had until December 9th. So like literally you had until this past Monday to withdraw from your courses if you thought maybe you were going to fail them. The pass fail that we have is actually for the spring semester.
Okay.
That way, I don't particularly know, but that is what it is. So if you were thinking maybe USC should take notes about this semester, they don't have anything to take notes from, except for maybe to let you guys withdraw still.
Yeah, the withdraw, because our withdrawal deadline was still like in November. I think it was like November 6th. At least they gave y'all to like middle November. No, they were like, no, November 6th. That's it.
At Morehouse, we had a pass-fail option this semester and last semester.
Wow, so that's amazing. I love that for you guys. I'm curious to know, do you guys have a spring break?
No.
Do not have a spring break.
We're all in the same boat of lacking a spring break that I so desperately need. I didn't realize how like important those breaks were until we didn't have them. Like I was dragging on the ground because we did not have a fall break.
When do y'all go back to school? Like I know my brother goes to Sewanee University to the South, and he got out like a week and a half ago, and he doesn't go back until early February, and which is driving both he and my mother crazy. But do y'all have like an extended Christmas break?
No, ours is I finished my last final Wednesday, but finals are still going like up until yesterday.
Yeah, same for us.
It's technically Monday, and then we go back January 14th. So it's literally like 4 weeks.
So that's just kind of the norm then. That's wild.
Yeah, we didn't get
Yeah,
I think I go back in February at Morehouse. I got out like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's such a long time.
That's such a nice
I would much rather have a shorter winter break than, like you said, like have that spring break to kind of recharge, reset in the middle of spring semester. But God bless y'all. I'm glad I'm out of school. I'm glad I don't have to be dealing with this. I feel bad for the freshmen and the seniors, but it sounds like y'all are making the most of a not so pleasant situation. So kudos to y'all.
Yeah, that's so true. I know for me, I finished my last final Thursday, but like finals, people have finals Monday and we come back January 11th. So
dang.
Yeah, the 11th, like they're like this break is going to be normal and you get nothing. So yeah, it's definitely been an interesting experience. But thank you, Amani, Max, and Kevon for coming on and talking to me. I definitely enjoyed talking to you guys. And yeah, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you for the
Taylor,
invite.
thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
No problem. All
Yeah.
right. So I will see you guys and chat with you guys later.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You have a good day.
You too. Thank you. All right. And then now we have our next guest, Tamika Gatson. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you all doing?
I'm good. How's your Saturday going?
It's actually going pretty well. I actually made sure I took steps back from all of the kinetic energy of the week and prioritized self-care and just being more mindful with my time this morning. So this is a great way for me to spend a Saturday, is just in conversation with some pretty interesting folks. So I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
say
you.
Saturday mornings are so important to me, just to kind of take like a deep breath. And there's so much noise going on right now. And sometimes you just need to put on those noise canceling headphones. You just lay on your couch for a little bit and unwind some.
Absolutely. I think, and then when other things or people make requests of that time that you have, that if you have the luxury of not being able to work on weekends, whatever that day is, try to hold on to that day and don't let folks come in there and take that time, that sacrosanct time.
Well, we appreciate you giving us some of that time today. I'm really excited about this conversation, and I'm really excited to meet you. So thank you for hopping on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. This is our first time meeting. So can you give yourself a brief introduction about yourself to myself, Sam, and then the viewers at home who are watching?
Yeah, absolutely. First, again, I just want to say thank you for having me. I don't take it for granted whether it's a student group or just younger folks who are making changes here or speaking about social issues and changes and feminism. I don't take that for granted, those requests. So it's an honor to be asked to participate. But for those who do not know who I am I go by Mika Gadsden. My first name is Tamika, but I like for folks to call me Mika. I am an activist and an organizer based here in the South Carolina Low Country area. I currently reside in Charleston, South Carolina. I like to tell folks so they get a better understanding as to who I am. I am the daughter of a Jim Crow refugee. My father was born and raised just down the road a bit on Wadmalaw Island. Rural island that sounds very exotic, but it's literally like 15 minutes from Charleston. And my mother, that's where he and my mother actually reside. But I am a New Jersey native who is part of what we've read, which has been characterized as reverse migration. So myself and a bevy of other Black folk who have a relationship with the South or have a connection with the South have returned home over the last, I would say, I got back here about 8 years ago. So just around that time, we really started to see those trends and starting to see the reporting on that as well. So I always tell folks, I am a Kumya, Binya hybrid. I have strong ties to this area. And for those from the Low Country, you'll know what a Kumya and a Binya is. Those who have been here versus those who are coming here. But I've been back and forth in Charleston and South Carolina has been my home in various moments in my life. So that's me in a nutshell.
Yeah, I see you got through the Gullah Geechee in there.
There you go.
So I stumbled across your Instagram page this summer with everything going on. And I was like, who is this woman? She's so outspoken. She does not care what she says. Like, I like her. Let me follow her. So I just kind of want to know, how did the Charleston Activist Network got started for you, and how have you been using your platform to promote social justice issues?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the Charleston Activist Network, the name and the first iteration, it actually is not mine. It was born out of I call it an outgrowth of the initial Women's March movement that was initiated here locally in Charleston. I was a part of the statewide leadership of Women's March back following the 2016 election. And so, but there were some remarkable women, multicultural group of women who were determined to take that moment in history and make sure they wanted to grow it, and they wanted to connect other like-minded individuals and also other folks who were interested in social justice. Courtney, my friend who bequeathed me the platform, because the women just were in different places in their lives, and some went on, some moved on, literally moved to other states, others just moved on in different ways. And I knew as I was growing a little weary, to be honest, with Women's March National and their deprioritization of Black women and local issues, I grew very weary of feminism and through that lens, which to me presented so many problems. And so I said, well, you know what? It's a great platform. We had a lot of folks who were still energized and ready to move forward from what I thought was more to a more progressive type of movement work. But I learned really quickly that you have to create a home. You have to create a Black-led, a Black woman-led, a queer-led movement. And you have what I learned really quickly is that the platform in its first iteration was really focused on white feminism, and we know that in and of itself is a problem, is a huge problem. And so I had to shift, Kayla and Sam. I had to shift quite quickly and abruptly, and made sure that I had an unapologetic tone, and made sure that I always prioritized, I always centered the perspective, the needs of the marginalized, which include African-American, Gullah Geechee, Latinx, migrant and immigrant populations. It was important for me to prioritize those people and the issues there. And so that's a roundabout way of saying that's how we got to where we are now. And it is just me. However, working very hard to leverage the talents and the thoughts and the theory and the philosophy of so many other amazing, younger, more brilliant minds than myself to help create more content, more dynamic content. So right now it's just me, and it's a media platform. And I also host my own podcast through this platform as well.
Yeah, definitely. And then kind of to touch back on what you said about using your platform to be unapologetic. Me personally, I think you've accomplished that tremendously, for sure.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I think too, I feel like I say things that people think all the time. And I know why Black people or people from, just say, community X, right? I know why they don't speak. I love telling people that I'm from New Jersey, not because I think my values are better or anything. My values were shaped by two Southerners. My mom is a native of Eastern North Carolina. My dad is a native of Charleston County. So I don't tout that I'm from the Northeast as a flex, right? I like to tell people that I'm from the Northeast because I want people to know what I've been exposed to, what I've seen, right? And I've lived in New Jersey, and I've lived in Philadelphia for 10 years following my undergrad, following graduation from undergrad. And so I bring that up is because of it's important. I see how movement spaces work in other areas, and I know what our folks here need and deserve. And what I realized almost immediately when I returned home here to South Carolina, I realized that there's a threat to people. People can't speak up like me. So the labor laws here are very restrictive, right? There are fewer labor rights here. So, you can get fired for wearing the color orange. Essentially, this is a very anti-union, anti-worker state. So there's a risk involved with that. There's still a lot of disenfranchisement. Down the road this way is North Charleston. North Charleston is the eviction capital of the country. Just a couple of years ago, Charleston topped the list as the #1 gentrifying area in the country. So these changes put people at a disadvantage. They keep them stifled economically. It keeps folks stifled. It limits their mobility, their desire to want to maybe perhaps purchase a home in certain areas. It's really hard. And so I know that all of those things contribute to what people can say and how often they can speak truth to power. And what I do hope I'm doing is I hope that I am encouraging more folks to change the narrative and to change their approach to either philanthropy or social justice, because we are in desperate need of a paradigm shift here. We do a lot of empty calorie philanthropy here in Charleston, and that's not unique to Charleston. That's a huge issue everywhere. But I really do hope here, because this is the cradle of slavery, and because of our connection to so much historic trauma, I'm hoping that folks are willing to make that shift, not just in rhetoric, but in their values and their principles.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kayla, go ahead.
Oh, no, you can go ahead, Sam.
I want to gas you up a little bit, Mika, because I think that what you're doing is so important. I think that, like you said, I think you're emboldening a lot of people. I think a lot of people are hearing what you are saying, and that very much aligns with what they're feeling and what they're thinking. And like you said, some people might not be able to voice that. And so people are feeling heard and known when they see you speak up. And I think that's really important, especially here in Charleston. Yeah. And I also think, and I would be interested in hearing your perspective on this. I think it also has opened a lot of people's eyes to issues that they did not realize were actually happening, whether it being from a place of privilege, whether it coming from not having that like bubble popped, and realizing all of the deep-seated and systemic issues that are plaguing a lot of our neighbors here in Charleston. Mm-hmm. But outside of just emboldening, do you think you've also had a good reach on being educational for people and allowing people to like open their eyes a little bit?
Absolutely. I think you just tossed me an alley-oop. I'm a huge sports fan too. Yeah, the alley-oop is that. Absolutely. My first foray into this was fortified, or just you have to ground your movement work in something larger than yourself. And for me, that's always been history. Yeah. And I've just been so fortunate to have some amazing people near me in my immediate gravity that feel the same way I do. And we leverage the archives. And so by that, I literally mean the archives, but in a more broader sense, it's history. And so it's important that I ground my work in scholarship that is not mine, scholarship from a point of view or perspective that does not exactly mirror my perspective or my life experience. It's important for folks to know, it's important for me to share with folks what I'm reading, what piqued my interest, what inspired me. And it's not me inspiring me. It's not my favorite YouTuber or my favorite Instagram social justice warrior. What really inspires me are the men, women, femmes, and people from history who've already waged similar wars against oppression, against racism, against, homophobia, and et cetera. You can go on and on. So many, there are so many champions that have been relegated to obscurity. And I often say this when I'm talking about scholarship, is that what's a fate? I ask people, what's a fate worse than death for perhaps either a civil rights icon or, a mover or shaker or a gadfly in history? A fate worse than death is being relegated to obscurity. And what I do know for a fact, and it's not, again, unique to Charleston or South Carolina, but this area has a way of whitewashing and scrubbing all of that important movement work that took place before you or I were ever even a thought in our parents' mind. And so it's important for me to reintroduce to some, but to introduce to others a lot of these people, the Septima Clarks, the Ella Bakers, the Fannie Lou's, but in South Carolina, it's the Robert Smalls, it's the Majeska Simpkins, it's a lot of these people who've been relegated to obscurity because we see that in the monuments, right? What they really want you to know about is this lost cause narrative, this horrible, horrendous, whitewashed, ahistorical representation of what took place here in the state. And so that's what we have monuments to in the crown jewel of our tourism districts here and throughout the state. And I'm challenging folks to reimagine a world where we acknowledge and we pay tribute to these lost heroes and heroines that did so much, that I'm literally benefiting from their work. So it's important for people to know that.
Yeah, I definitely admire the work that you're doing and how you're using the platform that you have to talk about these issues, and how you're so consistent with talking about these issues. It's not oh, this event happened, so let me touch on it and let it, die off. No, it's a consistent everyday basis of talking about these issues. Here's what's going on with Charleston. Here's how I feel about it. And here's some thoughts for you to ponder on. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's important. Thank you for saying that. I don't take it for granted, because there are so many different types of voices that don't sound like what you, that don't echo what you just said, don't echo your sentiments. So I do appreciate, because I guess it almost feels like I'm a little bit irrational in this. I think that I'm yelling into the void oftentimes. And can I say that it's not because I don't get a lot of recognition or pats on the back. It's when you speak the way I do, they want to alienate you. So I'm very vocal about lost opportunities, never being considered for certain jobs. I'm very vocal about being shunned and ignored, because that isolation is real, and it causes things like depression, and it makes you second guess, well, maybe I got to stop cussing as much, or maybe I need to, not wear loud nails, and like, it makes you second guess everything you've been doing that has nothing to do with your message. And so when you hear someone actually say, well, you're cutting through, or when they share how they encountered your platform, it means a lot to me, because again, it makes me feel less lonely. And I think it's okay for people who organize and who are activists to talk about the loneliness that comes from this work, and talk about the, sometimes it might be an event that might be just all fluff and fun, but the fact that people only see you as a soldier, they don't see you. And I always tell people, do not remove my femininity, do not remove my femaleness, which is what happens to strong Black women anyway. We saw that with Meg Thee Stallion, like literally a victim of gun violence, and turned her into some sort of aggressive, man-hating person, literally got shot. And then they turned her into something that was other than female. And so it's important for people to see my full humanity and say, you know what, maybe I do want to get invited to brunch. Like, why wouldn't I want to go and drink a strawberry mimosa at Harold's Cabin? Like, yes, I would like to go. So, but that was my long way of saying thank you.
No problem. And then I'm kind of interested in hearing your experience. What's it been like being a Black woman in activist position? Because as we all know, Black women are always at the forefront of these movements, but we're often the most ignored during these movements. So I definitely want to hear your experience and what it's been like for you.
Kayla, I just want to say how important it is for you to raise that question. And I've thought long and hard about that topic, and conversations I've had about the question you just raised. And for some reason, I really at this point think that it doesn't matter what I say to some, because it'll come off as sounding anti-male or anti-men. So I'm just going to move forward. But I would say that absolutely, being a Black woman in this space, I'm a Black woman. I'm a New Jersey native. I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Mets fan. I'm a New Jersey Devils fan. I love hip hop. I'm complex, right? But it feels as if they love just putting Black women in a box, where we're reduced to just being a labor force. And quite honestly, it's amazing. Like I do know the power of my platform. I do know the power of my voice. I do know that, right? Whether or not people think I'm just a loud cussing Black girl with these grievances, whether they think that if they want to reduce me to that, that's fine. But I do know the power of my voice. I do know what I was able to accomplish, what I've been able to shut down and what I've been able to lift up. And I say all that to say the box that a lot of folks try to put me in, I just resisted at every turn. And I think that's the thing. Instead of sometimes speaking directly to the conflict between the men and women in the space, it sidetracks us from the larger conversation as to, that is, how can you imagine women as leaders? How do you look at women as leaders? How do you hold space for women to be leaders? Do you even imagine that? I say this often in a tweet or on my on Instagram. Like I say, I can tell who hasn't had a black coach, a black woman boss, a black woman teacher, because my presence as a leader challenges things. It makes them almost like short circuit. And so when they hear things like strong language, when they hear profanity, when they hear someone talk about sex positivity, when they hear someone when they see someone come on camera and not capitulate to the male gaze, it kind of helps. It makes people like question everything. Like, wait a minute, why does it, why isn't she doing all these things, and why isn't she? And so I really want to challenge people to imagine a world where women were leaders. And the funny thing is, we don't really have to. This isn't like something far-fetched. Well, you can look at various civilizations. I was in conversation with a young lady, Native American, or she called herself pre-American, and she was talking about the heritage of her tribe and the powerful positions that women or female or feminine presenting folks had, historically in her community, within her heritage. And we can go across the sea and we can research African cultures and other cultures where women do have leadership positions, but for some reason we can't imagine a Black woman who is unapologetic being a leader. But we can see a man, it's more readily accessible for us to find examples of men who are like armed, that just do what I do. And so it's been frustrating. And also, this is the last part I will say about the male-female dynamic that I've experienced. Oftentimes, I love telling people my age because I love it. Because yes, the hyaluronic acid and the BHAs and the AHAs are working. I'm 40 years old. So it kind of burns me up whenever someone either compares me to a younger activist, not because they're not worthy, I'm not an ageist, but it's like someone that might be, it's a young man typically. And that's when I'm like, what are you doing there? Like, what are we doing? You didn't compare me to the young lady that's the Black student union leader on campus. You compare me to someone that just caught your eye, and you've given that person leadership when perhaps they just, they had a great moment of strength, but you're comparing me literally to someone unproven just because their maleness gave them in your mind some sort of leadership. So I will say that's been difficult to constantly be grouped in with a lot of like younger men. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? Where are the queer folk? Where are the other women at? So that's been a little bit frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always interesting to me, especially at this young age, how Black women are really the forefront of the movement. Like, I don't even think a lot of people understand that the whole Black Lives Matter movement was started by 3 Black women. And then yet when we had a situation like Breonna Taylor, she was completely ignored. So it's always interesting to me to see that dynamic. And then when we think of movements like this, it's always so male gaze when they're really Black women who are putting in the real work of these movements.
Right. Black women, Black queer women. And it's important. Well, that's also, we know how oppression works, and all oppression is linked. And so white supremacy feeds off the patriarchy. And so that patriarchy is real. I almost thought, I was under the illusion that some of that will fall away the stronger I get or the more notoriety I get. And it's the complete opposite. The patriarchy gets louder, gets stronger, and people just really, really are just wedded to this traditional heteronormative type of model of leadership where the woman follows the man. And I mean, I was raised by a woman, daddy don't kill me, but who was the breadwinner? Like I was raised, and I mean, it wasn't like my dad wasn't working hard and making great money too, but my mom was financially set. And so I was literally raised by a woman who took her finances, who left the tail end of the Jim Crow South in North Carolina and made a way, came to New York, then eventually landed in New Jersey. And I've seen that. I've seen Black women lead my whole life. So to me, it's not far-fetched. And these people who are less inclined to give women that space, they've seen it too. They just don't want to view it as, or they have something blinding their vision or blocking their vision from seeing that woman as a viable leader. But the proof is in the pudding. I'm doing what I'm doing, and I've been able to do it for a while because I am a leader. And even let me take off the social justice hat real quick and put on my old professional resume. Let me put my old professional hat on. You know, before I relocated here, I was a vice president in training in retail, right? And so my signature skill was building teams. I've always been a leader. I got my first job out of college because I was a leader on campus. So it comes naturally to me to lead, to coach, to foster people's talents. And I think just as if you want to look at it as just a job description, I fit the bill. Like I got the accolades, I got the credentials. So we just need to start imagining women as leaders, period.
I definitely agree. And then I know you kind of touched on your parents' background, but can you explain a little bit more about how their background inspired you to become the activist that you are right now?
Absolutely. The singular most politicizing event in my life was actually being born and raised in New Jersey, but my father semi-retired when I was in just finishing up the ninth grade. And so I finished years 10 through 12 here in Charleston. That return was very just traumatizing. The school systems, I went from the best public school systems in the country, arguably one of the best public school systems in the country, to literally at that time, probably I believe 49th or 50th. And I think we're still at the bottom of the list in South Carolina in terms of public school. And so not only the quality of education, but the systemic issues, the systemic racism and oppression was still prevalent. I'm bringing that up to talk about my parents because I knew what they left. And I was left gobsmacked when I realized that what they went through were things that I still had to contend with. And we're talking about the mid to late 1990s. And my parents, my dad was born 1939, my mother born 1949. So to still contend with that 50 years or whatever later, was really eye-opening. And so my parents, one thing about that and going through that process, they always reminded me, like they are not activists. They won't call themselves activists. My mother would never call herself a feminist, but they were activists in that they left the South. They were able to talk about that. There were reasons why they left the South, and there were reasons why they wanted to return back. There was reasons why they wanted to return back to their heritage. They never raised me to think the South was inferior. They never raised me to think that the South was worthless. They raised me to know that the South was our home spiritually, was our home because of all my aunts and cousins and my uncles who still were here. They made sure that we spent summers here as children. I say we because I have a twin brother in Chicago. And so, they never ever raised me to think that I was not of the South. And I'm so grateful for that. I took that for granted for a long time. And trust me, as a kid, I thought the North was better than anything. Like, oh, we're near New York. When you get older, you be like, oh, property taxes or what? Wait, cost of living? And then you start, and then the weather, it's 70 degrees. Okay, I might. But and then the history here, the history that lives here, that was born here, and to be fortunate enough to have both my parents still engaging with me and engaging with that history has informed almost everything I do every day. I can ask them what was it like? Do you remember this? And I will say they never rattled off facts and whatnot growing up, because I do think Black folk really just wanted to get out of the South and try to imagine a life where they could raise families without the immediate threat of police violence or some sort of economic oppression. My dad's number one reason for moving was money. My mom's number one reason for moving was money and training for certain jobs. And so, they never rattled off facts, because I feel as if they went through a lot in leaving the South and leaving a place they loved. They loved the South. They left their parents. They left their siblings. And I think that's why they didn't raise me with romanticized reflections, but they never ever kept me from the truth that was what was it like to live in the Jim Crow South.
Yeah, to touch back what you said about moving back to the South, and now how you like the South. I was definitely like that. I'm only 19. I hate Charleston. I can't wait to get out of Charleston. But now I see such a need for Charleston. I can see myself staying in Charleston for quite some time because I see such a need and so many issues arise in Charleston that I definitely want to be a part of the change to change.
Yeah, it's I will say this, it's tough. It's tough for me at 40 with a good job, with connections, with opportunities. It's tough. I remember there was a time last year I'm like, well, maybe I need to go back up north because it was so difficult. Like I was broke. Like I tell people all the time. And it wasn't because Mika wasn't out here applying, wasn't that I wasn't working. It was that it was my voice had gotten so loud that it started to really affect the way people saw me and people saw my hireability. And that's just me talking about my professional life, not to mention everything from dating to everything's different here. And not because people are bad or it's worse, but because I really do think that we're all trying to put out certain fires here, especially during this past administration. These last 4 years have been hell on earth. And so whether you do move, Kayla, and or if you do have, like, if life takes you anywhere around the world, which I really do hope that the life takes you wherever you want to go, just always hold on to a piece of Charleston, because it is hard, because you might have to make a decision, because my employer is based in New York City, so I can get a competitive salary. I can't do the work that I do as liberation manager for the Cypress Fund. I can't do that through many nonprofits here in South Carolina. They're just not going to pay what I deserve, and they're not going to have the benefits that I have. And that's really tough for young people coming out of college. And so I would just say, if life does take you someplace, just always hang on to Charleston, so you can always be someone who has their finger on the pulse and a connection to this place, because it is a special place, and they want you to leave. The oppressive forces want you to leave. They make it hostile for people like us. It's intentional. So it's cool to flip the script on them, like, nah, I'm here, you can't fire me, ha ha. So it's cool to be here. It's really cool to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for your advice, and thank you so much for coming on, taking time out of your schedule and dropping some true knowledge. I really enjoyed talking to you, for sure.
Oh, thank you both. And I know I talk a lot, but that's my job. That's my job. But thank you for having me.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, I'll sign off.
Bye. Talk to you later.
Okay.
All right. So Sam, it is now your time frame. Are you excited? How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. It's really, really cool listening to people who are so passionate and dedicated to their work. And whether it be the three earlier who from a very young age knew exactly what they wanted to do, which is so, I know when I was in high school, I was not even thinking halfway as far as they are. And then of course, Mika Gasson is a legend. So I was really happy just to shut up and listen, because I know that all they had to do was talk, and I would get a few things out of it. So it's been a lot of fun so far. Yeah,
I'm glad to have you. Carrie and Brittany, they talk so high of you. You've honestly been the man of the whole broadcast, because Carrie and Brittany, they just keep coming back to Sam, and Mark too, when he was on, they just keep coming back to Sam.
Oh gosh, well, I hope I can live up to the bill. I don't know if I can, but we'll see. We'll give it our best shot. How about that? Yeah, okay. So from those who probably just are now logging on to the broadcast, can you give another brief introduction about yourself? Oh, absolutely. So my name is Sam Clements. I was born in Birmingham, Alabama, but grew up in Athens, Georgia, home of the University of Georgia, Go Dogs. Then went to the University of North Carolina for undergrad. Tried to figure out what I wanted to do, switched paths a few times. I thought I was going to med school for a little bit. And then I kind of caught the buzz of child development and really working with kids. And so went and applied for Teach for America quite blindly, to be honest. It was just kind of a shot in the dark, and ended up getting an interview and landing the job, and went and taught 8th grade science in Nashville, Tennessee, for a wonderful school called Valor Collegiate Academies. It's a charter school that focuses on social and emotional learning, and has a intentionally diverse student body, which was so eye-opening for me and so cool to get to work in that environment. And then once my 2 years in the TFA Corps were up, my girlfriend lives in Charleston, so she convinced me to make the trek over here, and then found Carrie and Brittany and Doors to Dream, and have been working with them since last August, and have absolutely loved every second of it. It's been a wonderful experience. The students that I work with are just the best. And like you and Mika were talking about, there's something about this town that's just amazing. So I've really enjoyed getting to know the city and meeting all the people who call this city home. So that's Sam Clements in a nutshell right there.
All right, we're glad to have you on, Sam.
Absolutely. Glad to be here.
So can you talk about your experience for Teach for America a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. TFA, it was definitely the best and most difficult thing that I've ever done, and probably will ever do. It really opened my eyes to a lot of the issues that a lot of our students in America, and especially students of color, face. It definitely woke me up to a lot of the privilege that I live with, and made me realize what I need to do with that privilege. So I always call Teach for America, like you learn just by getting tossed into the fire. So they kind of set you up and they get you ready to go as far as teaching and being like culturally competent. And then they toss you in a classroom and you just kind of have to figure it out. So I was definitely my eyes were opened, and it definitely makes you appreciate your teachers growing up. You don't really understand what middle schoolers will do to a grown man or a grown woman then, unless you're going through it. But like I mentioned earlier, I taught at Valor Voyager Academy, which is part of the Valor Collegiate Academy Network. It was one of the coolest schools I've ever seen, been a part of, heard of. It's intentionally diverse school, so both from an ethnicity standpoint and a socioeconomic standpoint. It's about 50% free or reduced lunch, 50% not free or reduced lunch. And then the students were from all over the place and from all different backgrounds, walks and creeds and all that good stuff. So love those kids, love that school. And I definitely want to stay in this lane, which is part of why I applied and luckily got the job with Doors to Dream, is that I get to work with students in schools, because I think that's where my passion now lies. But it was a wonderful experience. If you're out there and you're listening and you're thinking about joining TFA, it's definitely give it a go. It's a lot of fun. You'll learn a lot about yourself. You'll have to work your tail off, but it's one of the most joyful and meaningful experiences I've had up to this point. So 2 thumbs up.
Thank you for sharing that. So I kind of want to ask you about, what has your involvement with Doors to Dreams been like for you?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, y'all got to listen to Carrie and Brittany earlier, and they have just been truly, truly wonderful in welcoming me to Charleston, and then also introducing me to their work that they're doing. And I think it's really important work. Being a startup nonprofit is definitely interesting. And that's why we really appreciated when you reached out to us, because it made it seem like what we were doing was starting to work, which is always good. And getting a little momentum with the startup is always important. And it's really good for just like morale. And then working with students at Burke, that they are the best. It's been hard with COVID because I just haven't been able to see them all that often. I mean, Zoom calls, of course, and I'll go pop by after school and hand out some snacks and ask them about their day outside and masks on and everything. But it's not quite the same, and I definitely miss that in-person component. But seeing them work so intently on service is truly inspiring. They definitely they tackle these problems head on. And I will say, like, when we're planning a project, I'll go into a meeting thinking about I try to predict what they're going to come up with. Like, what do they want to do? Let me see if I can kind of come up with some ideas of my own. And 10 times out of 10, their idea is way more impactful, way more meaningful, much wider spread than what I came up with. So they're really passionate and dedicated about seeing issues in the community and then tackling them and coming up with a way to help. And so it's been an absolute joy to work with a lot of those students.
That's awesome. So I know Carrie and Brittany, they talked about the Pink House and they said that you were kind of the leading man on that project. So can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So first of all, that event went so smoothly. I can't believe it went as well as it did. I was sure that something would be a little messy, but it went really, really well. I think we're going to hear from Reverend King later on in the show, and she is one of the most amazing women I've ever met, and she's doing such good work over there. But it all started with I actually hopped on one of those have coffee with the mayor Zoom calls a few weeks back and just introduced myself to him and told him about this possible project that we were doing about building a playhouse for the Pink House. And he, I guess, took a liking to the project, and his assistant, Mike Wack, who is another name that I want to shout out, reached out to me and said that the mayor was interested in coming and helping. And I was like, okay, let's do it. Let's see what the heck happens with it. And he and his wife actually work pretty closely with the Pink House, and I think are good friends with Reverend King. And when we were trying to find a recipient for the playhouse that we were going to build, I had a few ideas, but a lot of the recipients that I was thinking of weren't in the place to accept it. Like they were either doing renovations or moving facilities, or something didn't line up. And I think it was Sandy Tecklenburg, the first lady, who mentioned the Pink House. And I went and visited. It was a perfect fit. And so we set it up. We had kids show up. We had a lot of amazing community support. We also had people from the neighborhood who use the Pink House, the kids who go to the Pink House after school, come and show up and help. And they got to paint the shutters and the window boxes, and they paint flower pots to put around it. And it was really, really inspiring to see a community to come together to do some good. And the kids who showed up from the neighborhood were so excited about it, which obviously made me happy because it made me feel like what we did was like worth it and good and all that stuff. But I think it really gave the students at Burke that we work with a big confidence boost to see that they are making like a real and lasting difference on people who need it or people who could use it. And they were so proud of what they did, and which made me, of course, very proud. And we had a press conference, and it was really, really fun and lovely. We had a student actually speak at the press conference who we did not prep to speak. So I was a little nervous, but then she got up on the podium and knocked it out of the park. It was so amazing to see. So all in all, 10 out of 10 event. I drop by the Pink House every once in a while just to say hey, because I think the work that they're doing is so incredibly crucial to the kids in that neighborhood. So a lot of fun. Definitely glad when it finished. I was definitely glad, like, okay, we're good, we're done, we're finished. No more planning, no more thinking about it, because it definitely took some work, but it was worth it all in all in the end.
Yeah, and then I watched the press conference because Carrie sent it to me, and it was amazing. Like Carrie got up and talked, then I believe you talk, and then a student. I was like, wow, I wish I was there. I want to build something.
I know it gave me the itch because we've been able to do projects through COVID. Well, it'll be small things like writing letters to nurses at MUSC, or we had a student design yard signs that we put up all around our neighborhoods just to give our healthcare workers a shout out. We have created care packages for people who are suffering from breast cancer during Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We decorated a tree at Joseph Floyd Manor. So we've done a lot of really awesome smaller projects, but the Pink House build was the first big, meaningful, large scale one. Oh, and it got me going. I was so ready to do the next one, which we're hoping to get done in the spring, but it's all play it by ear and whether or not we can do something and keep it safe. The Pink House build was a perfect blend of perfect blend of like being able to make a difference and be meaningful, but also making sure that everyone is safe, seeing it was all outside. But yeah, it definitely, and it got my students the itch too. So we're all jazzed up and ready for 2021 and see if we can get a few more projects in the books.
That's exciting because when I talked to her, she said you guys probably finished building it within like 3 hours.
Oh yeah, it was quick. So Hope Caldwell, who is on our board and is a co-founder of Doors to Dream, has done these before. And it's honestly perfect because there's no power tools involved. It's just drills and hammers and nails and screws. And luckily, I was really nervous about it because I was like, I hope we can like do this, right? Like, I've never built a playhouse before. I don't know what I'm doing here. But Hope was like, we got it. It's really easy. It's very idiot proof. So we were able to get it up and pretty quickly. Yeah, I think it took us about 3-ish, 2.5-ish hours, somewhere in there. So perfect amount of time on a Saturday morning to get out and give back a little bit. But it was really cool. It was a really, really cool event.
Yeah, and then I can only imagine for the students that participated, how it must felt for them, knowing that they built something that these kids are in the community are going to use.
Oh yeah, and at first when everyone showed up in like typical high schoolers, a lot of them were like trying to act all cool and all that stuff. But by the end of it, there were grins from ear to ear. I actually had to like calm some of them down because they were all arguing about, no, I want to put that drill in. I want to help. I want to do this. I want to do that. So they 100% bought in, and you could definitely tell at the end when Reverend King talked to them and said thank you. The mayor talked to them and said thank you, and a lot of people were thanking them. And I think at that point they realized like this house that we built is going to be here and reach not only the 8 to 9 kids that showed up today, but for the next however many years, kids are going to be using this playhouse, and it'll be a formative memory in a lot of kids' lives going forward. And so I think that once that kind of set in, they were really, really impressed and proud of themselves. And like I said, there were grins from ear to ear, which honestly made my heart just so happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely that like sense of accomplishment. And at first, like when you do something like this, like, oh, I don't know how to do it. Oh, is it going to be right? And then like get into the groove of things like, okay, I know how to do this.
Oh yeah. And they were so ready to help. I think again, like you said, there's like an initial hump that we need to get over. Like, oh, I don't know if I've ever used a drill before. Well, let me show you how. And then once you get the hang of it, it was buy-in like that. And then they're up on ladders and holding things for other people, like putting a piece of wood in place, nailing shingles onto the roof, all things that they probably have never done before, but they did it with such confidence by the end of the build. It was truly amazing to see that kind of transformation happen. And I think that's the biggest thing about service especially with high schoolers. And I don't know how much experience y'all had like in high school as far as like volunteering and stuff, but and the reason why I love Doors to Dream and our mission so much is it gives like a sense of confidence in yourself. Like I can make a difference. Like I can help someone that maybe needs my help. And it was truly amazing to see that kind of set in and sink in for the kids, for the students at Burke. And it was just an overall happy event.
Yeah, and then I can't really remember if my high school did anything volunteer work wise, but I would have loved if we did. I think it's such a unique opportunity to have like high school students be behind a lot of community projects.
Oh yeah, and like so when I was in high school, we had a day called Service Day where there were no classes, which is probably why everyone loved it so much because we didn't go to school. But anyway, like you signed up for one of 20 volunteer projects around the community of Athens, and it was the best day. And it was a day that everyone reconvened at the end of the day, and the sense of accomplishment in that room at the end of the day was so much greater than anything probably outside of graduation, right? So getting to work in that realm. Like that's my job now. Like I just get to do service projects with amazing students, and it's been such a blessing. And I really do. I think volunteer work is one of the most important things a person can do. I think it unlocks a lot about who you are, and it allows not only the people who you're helping to grow and to benefit, but I also think as the person doing the service, you learn a lot about yourself, and you get to grow a little bit as well. And seeing that growth over the past year and a half has been outstanding.
Yeah, I agree with you too. And then kind of like, I know for me personally, whenever I do volunteer work or community service, it makes me appreciate my community a lot more.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I think a lot of students like didn't know about a lot of that was going on. Well, especially with COVID and them not being able to leave their house for months on end. And especially if over the summer or during this virtual learning period where a lot of students are at home by themselves, whether because their parents might have to go work or whatever it may be. It's allowed students to kind of tap into that community and learn about what's going on. A lot of people don't know, or a lot of students don't know a lot that's happening in Charleston as we speak. So getting them to kind of tap into those goings-ons, if that's even a word, is really, really special. And I think it also allows a lot of them to like find their passion too, right? Like they see something in the community that they really want to help, and it awakens something in you that you don't realize is there until you start. And we had students who were after like kind of coaching them through the thought process of like, who do we want to help? Who can we help most meaningfully? A lot of students realize that like my passion is helping the homeless community, or the people who are homeless in the area. And that's something that really resonated with them. And we've had students go and work and help out that population, like not even with me, like just kind of do their own thing. And finding those passions and finding those things that are happening in the community really, I think, allows students to grow and allows them to form relationships with people in the community who that will be very beneficial to them, but also anytime you can get another deep, meaningful relationship in your life, like that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and then kind of to touch back on what you said, I know for me, when I was in high school, I had no idea of everything that was going on in Charleston. And it wasn't until I started getting involved with community service that I'm like, oh, okay, we actually have a lot going on in our city. What can I do to help these causes, these issues that are going on?
Yeah, and everyone who's been on this podcast so far is much more of a local than I am, seeing I've been here for about 15 months or whatever. But I feel like it's very easy to kind of be comfortable in your bubble. It's very easy to not leave your little close, like you go to school, you go to the same grocery store, you go to work, you go to the same like 8, 9, 10 places in Charleston, but you either stay on James Island or you stay in Mount Pleasant or you stay downtown. And it's very easy to kind of block a lot of the rest of the city out. And there's so much going on in this city. There's so many people that are doing good things in this city. And it's been such a joy getting to connect with them and getting to work with them and expose my students to a lot of the work that they're doing too, just so that we're all knowing what's happening and we all know like how we can help. And because it is easy to, and I'm guilty of it as well. Living downtown, I go to the same 18 places and I just like kind of stay in my little downtown bubble and I don't even know much about James Island. So it's been fun to get students to kind of out of their bubble and into a lot more of what Charleston can offer and what's going on in Charleston.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to work with you guys, is because I had no idea the amount of nonprofits that happen and that go on in Charleston. And then, like you said, there are people in Charleston who are actually doing good things. And I think a lot of people don't know about these good things that are happening in Charleston, which is one of the reasons why I decided to like work with you guys.
Oh yeah, and also thank you so much for doing this. I don't know how the heck you pulled this off. The guests have been absolutely amazing. It's been an absolute joy to listen in before I joined. It's really, really special. So thank you. It's
No problem.
It's very easy to kind of like what Mika was saying, it's very easy to kind of get discouraged just because, we had some momentum and then COVID hit, and then I haven't been able to see there's just a lot of things that kind of bog you down. And I sit at this desk all day and don't get to interact. So having an event like this is truly amazing and gives a little bit of a fire to what we're doing. So we really appreciate you for doing this, and also hosting a podcast as a sophomore. You're a sophomore, right?
Yeah.
Hosting a podcast as a sophomore is unbelievable, and I'm sure it's got to be such a cool experience for you too.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting experience because it's my first year hosting the podcast, and my first year hosting, I have to do it through Zoom because of COVID and whatnot. But we actually have a podcast studio here at USC campus. I don't know if I'll be able to go in it next semester, but hopefully next year I'll be able to get in a studio and actually feel like an official podcast where I sit down in recording booth, have a mic in front of me. So
that's so cool. Oh my gosh. What's been your favorite thing about hosting the podcast?
I think just having a platform to talk, because there are a lot of issues that I'm passionate about, or a lot of things I just like talking about. And sometimes I don't know necessarily how to communicate those thoughts, but now I have a podcast, so I can use the podcast to communicate those thoughts. And then also just talking to different people. Like I was telling Carrie earlier, despite COVID being this awful pandemic, it's allowed me through Zoom to meet people who I never thought I would be able to talk to.
Yeah, so, I can only imagine. They don't have to go to the podcast studio, right? They can just
hop on Zoom.
They can have sweatpants and a collared shirt on and be in their living room, So that's actually really, really cool. Yes. Sorry, I had a thought there, and I'm not as much of an expert as you, so sometimes my brain goes all in different directions.
Yeah, that's definitely me too. I'll have a thought and I'll be like, wait, what was I going to say? And then I'm like, oh, okay, this is what I'm going to say. But yeah, that's something I'm really interested in to see how it'll play out whenever I do get back. Whenever I am able to go to recording booth, if I want guests that don't necessarily go to USC, can I still record on Zoom to have them come on? How is that going to work?
I will say, if there is one positive out of this whole thing, as we'll call it, it's the fact that we realize that video conferencing works very well. It's very easy to do, and so I was listening to the president of Charleston Southern the other day, and he goes, "I just hope that we don't have to go to Texas for a 1-hour meeting. Instead, we can just hop on the Zoom call." And I was like, "Hey, amen." And there's almost no excuse to meet with people now, right? Because you don't even have to leave your house. So that has been one positive. Although the only problem with working with students right now is a lot of them are on Zoom calls all day long, and there has to be such a thing as Zoom fatigue, right? Where it's just I can't do this anymore. And so I don't even know how y'all in college are doing it, because I know after a while my eyes just go crazy. I can't even do it much more than I do it already.
Yeah, it's interesting because my brother, he goes to Burke, and I'll ask him, I'm like, well, how long are you in class for? And he's like, from 8 to 3. I'm like, wow, that's such a long time. Whereas me in college, I may have one class that's from 10:05 to 11:20, then have one that's from 10 to 2, and I'm done for the day. I have that break in between. So fortunately, for me at least, I'm not stuck looking at a Zoom screen for 8 to 3. But I know if I was, I would be very tired of it.
Oh, for sure. What year is your brother at Burke?
He's a junior.
Awesome. Is he loving it? Or I guess loving it this year? It's hard to do, but is he doing okay?
Yeah, he really enjoys going to Burke. He's glad that he went to Burke.
Yeah, we'll have to get him in the Doors to Dream crew.
Yeah,
we'll add him to the email list.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely make sure he gets involved for sure.
Hey, anything we can do to get new members, I'm all for it.
Yeah. I'll see. There I go. I was talking about that thought, and then I forgot. Oh, I've been asking my other guests, what do you have planned for the holidays?
So my grandmother lives down in St. Simon's Island, Georgia, which is about 2 hours down 95, or 2.5 hours from 95. So my family is going to go down and visit with her. We're going to get COVID tested and everything beforehand, so we should be good. But she's selling the house soon that we all grew up going to. So just, it's one of those, it's too big, need to downsize. So we're going to go spend one last week at Iggy's house, which is going to be really special. Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to it. And anytime so I have two younger brothers, and one is in Asheville, North Carolina, and one is at Sewanee in Tennessee. So anytime we can get all three of us under the same roof, it's really, really fun and special. So I'm really looking forward to it. Luckily, Carrie gives me the whole week of Christmas off, so I don't have to worry about work as much, and I can just really sit and enjoy family.
That's exciting.
Do you have any plans?
No, not anything like so crazy and special. I'm going home after this podcast-a-thon. I'm actually going to drive to go back to Charleston, and I'm just going to spend Christmas Day with my loved ones. I think we're going to wear matching Christmas pajamas for the day, so I'm excited to do that. And
that's always a good
bake and watch Christmas movies. So that's all I have planned for the holidays.
Perfect. Yeah, I think ours is going to be pretty low key as well. Just really, really getting to enjoy cousins and aunts and uncles and people I haven't seen in a good long while. So, and I will say, like, the holiday season is going to be definitely weird this year. And so, like I said earlier, we not to do too many like shameless plugs, but we decorated the Christmas tree at the Joseph Floyd Manor in downtown Charleston, just because a lot of those seniors who live there aren't going to be able to go home or do anything really for the holidays. And so that's one thing that again, shameless plug, but our students have been really excited about giving back to them and making sure that they feel loved in this holiday season, because we're almost to the end of 2020. We're almost there. A few more weeks, and hopefully 2021 brings a few less surprises than the one that we currently have. So, yeah.
I'm hopeful for the new year. Hopefully, I'm like really hoping that the new year isn't as crazy and hectic as this year has been. This has been an interesting year, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think it's funny that at the beginning of the year, everyone was doing the 2020 vision hashtag or whatever. It just, we didn't do too hot on that one. So 2021 is going to come in. We're going to tack it head on, and I have faith. Knock on wood that 2020.
Yeah, saying I'm optimistic for 2021 for sure.
Honestly, I know students right now, and I'm sure you can attest to this as well, are just ready to get back to normal as far as being in class and working with teachers face to face, because learning from a computer, I can't imagine having to do that all the time.
See, my situation's interesting, whereas I had the in-person classes. I had 3 in-person classes, and then the rest were online. And then we're all spaced out. We're all wearing masks. It's super safe. However, the experience is still not the same.
Yeah.
Like, in person, it's still, there's just something missing that was there last year that isn't there now. And I'm pretty sure because we are in the middle of a pandemic, but I really can't wait for that classroom experience that I had my freshman year.
Yeah, I can't imagine college or high school right now having the same like juice as it did pre-COVID, just because of when you're walking on campus, it doesn't have the same energy as it did last year, I'm sure.
Yeah, but now we have our next guest. Yeah, she's on, Miss Betsy Grund. How are you?
Hi there. I'm good. I hope I didn't jump in too early.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm going to change my view so I can just look at you.
So this is our first time meeting. So if you don't mind, can you give a brief background about yourself to myself, Sam, and then the viewers at home?
Absolutely. So I'm Betsy Grund, and my day job is I work in a family law firm as a receptionist and in client services. But I've had a kind of a long passion for working with dreams, the sleeping dreams that we all have every night. And I got into it in my late 20s. I had been a community organizer for probably 6 or 7 years after college, and was sort of at a place where I was ready to do, try on some new things. And I was invited to be in a dream group. And first I was like, what does that mean? People are dreaming in groups or what? But I got in, and I found that, having a chance to share my dreams with other people in a group was a really great way to get to know myself. And I started to think about what it would be to, what it means to change the world from the inside out. There's, and of course we do it both ways. We push from the outside and we do everything we can in the waking world. But I think what I ended up doing was going back to school, got a master's in adult education, which was really gratifying for me because I realized that my passion, which was growing for dreams, was kind of a perfect adult education program where it touches on not just personal growth and learning about ourselves and becoming more conscious and intentional, but it also really is good for growing empathy in our relationships. And dreams are very good at bringing to light how the culture and outside forces are shaping the way we think about things. So there are opportunities to really question those. And also, of course, on a spiritual level, the dreams do bring us inward and in touch with sort of spiritual aspects of ourselves too. So that's kind of a lot of interaction, but yeah. So I take every opportunity I can to talk about dreams and share with anybody, because everybody dreams every single night. And I think our culture is sort of different in history in that many of us don't really value dreams. We're more interested in science and, what we can see and touch and feel. But there are a lot of good dreamers in this culture, but people have been dreaming and sharing dreams, throughout history and all around the globe. So it keeps me growing and learning.
Thank you for that introduction.
Yeah.
So my next question to you is, how did you get started as a dream therapist? Like, what kind of started that passion for you?
So it was just a chance, it was kind of, I guess back, 30 years ago when I started, it was not something that I was expecting. A friend told me, that her mother was in a dream group. And so I was like, well, I'm just curious about it. And I think that's where a lot of it starts, and is just with curiosity. One thing I'll just mention, because dreams is such a big topic, I try to break it down and make it practical for people. And so I kind of like to just show this one little image that I have here, which is the image of the iceberg. And the idea is that we all, we know a certain amount about ourselves, but most people have a sense, that there's a lot more to me than meets the eye. And, and the same with the world. We see our little piece of the world, but there's so much more to it. So you asked about getting started as a dream therapist. I actually, so I got this master's degree back when I was in my 30s. And then I worked again in law offices. I worked with my husband and did sort of practical thing. And I have a couple daughters. And then when they were in high school is when I went to Dream School, which is a 2-year program, a certification program. And I was excited to get back into it and learn more and really work on my skills of presenting and running groups and working with people one-on-one and it's a super flexible kind of topic. So I enjoy engaging with people in lots of different ways.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So you probably, I don't know if you can answer this question, but it's kind of, I know it's kind of a general question, but
Yeah.
where do dreams come from? Because sometimes I'll have dreams and I'm like, this has never happened. I don't know where this is coming from. So could you kind of explain, like, where do they come from? How does that
Sure.
happen?
Yeah, well, it is a bit of a mystery. And one thing that I can say about it, or probably a few things, is that when we're sleeping, we are, we have the two halves of the brain, the right side of the brain, which is sort of the more creative and more emotional, and the left side of the brain, which is sort of more organized and more verbal and where language is formed. And when we're sleeping, the left side of the brain goes to sleep. And it really, we're using the left brain all during the day, staying organized, accomplishing things, getting across the street, planning our day, that kind of thing. At night, it really does go to sleep, and our right brain becomes super active. And so that's when our, a way to talk about it is, it's sort of the mind's way of organizing things. When we're asleep, it takes all the information that we encountered during the day and puts it in those, file drawers of where does this belong in terms of my experience, and how do I make sense of that little, comment or activity that happened to me today. But because it's operating on the right side of the brain, the right side is outside of time and space. There's no real organization to it. So that kind of explains why they can be so bizarre. One of my favorite books is Where People Fly and Water Runs Uphill. Anything can happen in a dream, and that's because they are sort of produced in a state when our right brain is really active and the left brain is much quieter. So that's one place that we can look at is the brain. And another way of looking at it is, I'm one of the activities and organizations that I'm involved with is the Carl Jung Society of Charleston. And Carl Jung was a psychiatrist who was a contemporary with Freud, but then sort of expanded Freud's work. And he talked about the psyche, which is another word for soul. And so I'm very much a proponent that not only do the dreams come from our brain and from all the activity and all the waking life stuff, but they are also bringing us messages from our soul and from other time periods in history and from the future, and sort of that place that's bigger than us and outside of time and space.
Thank you so much for answering that question, because I, for one, did not know that there were two sides of my brain and kind of what each side does. So thank you so much for answering that question. So I'll definitely process that and keep that in mind. I'm kind of interested in knowing, so when you have clients, what's kind of that process that goes? Do they come to you and tell you about a dream and you talk to them about it, or how does that work?
Yeah, what we do, whether I'm working with just one person individually or with a group of people, there are some really basic rules, like it's confidential at least, or possibly anonymous. Sometimes if someone brings a really sort of big, beautiful dream that feels like it has a lot of value for the community, I'll ask them if we can, if I might be able to share that with people without identifying, the dreamer. So confidentiality is really important, and having it be a safe environment. And so while somebody might, a neighbor might come up and say, oh my gosh, I dreamed, about such and such, I might make some general comments about what it could possibly be about. But anything more than that, I would be very, very sure to be very sensitive and, make sure that that's in in a confidential place and a quiet place. And so when I work one-on-one, which I'm doing more and more on Zoom, yay Zoom these days. And actually I've had chances to work with people on 3 different continents in the last couple of months through my volunteering with the Institute for Dream Studies. And they will share a dream with me. I ask people to share it in first person present tense, like it's happening right now, which helps the dreamer sort of remember it. And a lot of times when they're describing it, they might remember more about the dream. They might also have it written down and read it to me. And anyway, they'll share a dream. And one of the things we'll do is I try to imagine it as vividly as I can. So I'll ask them questions about like, oh, do you remember what color was the couch? What kind of car, who was driving? Just any kind of clarifying question that I can so that I can really picture it in my mind. And then we'll, sometimes even while the person's describing the dream, they'll be, oh yeah, that really reminds me of something that happened to me last week or recently in my waking life. But we'll generally first look at the dreamer's associations to some of those images in the dream. And I think it's important to say very early on that dreams sometimes will have a literal meaning to them, like, you'll just get something super specific in a dream that's like, you got to wake up right now because you're going to be late for work. And that'll happen. But most often dreams are speaking a language of metaphor and symbol. And so everything in the dream might be representing an aspect of myself. And that's one way of looking at it. But a lot of times what we'll do is we'll want to take something like, we'll say somebody will bring up something like say backhoe. And I'll have to say, okay, backhoe. Now that's kind of an unusual image. What I'll ask people is, okay, what, if I was from Mars and I have no idea what a backhoe is, how would you describe that to me? How would you tell somebody is from another planet and they have no experience with that? And what that does when the dreamer explains that, if I asked each of you to explain it, you would probably come up with fairly different descriptions of what that is. And that is a way of getting to what does that image mean for you, for the dreamer. And so then we sort of take that language or that association and we move along with it and see what it might be pointing to in the person's waking life. If there's some way that, for instance, do I feel like somebody is, backing into me and digging up my turf or something like that in waking life, something like that. Yeah, so we'll go along like that. And what we're looking for is for the dreamer to have sort of an aha moment or, the light bulb going on, that kind of thing. And it happens really regularly. And it's fun. Again, I do work with people individually. And in a group, we do the same thing. We're have the person share the dream and we ask for some associations. And then we work with projection. And fortunately now I think a lot of people really know what projection is. It's kind of that tendency of human beings to see in other people what they don't necessarily see about themselves. Or somehow it's that kind of phrase, if you can see it, you can be it. And so it's good and bad, you can, if you can recognize something in the world, you can then wonder if, wow, maybe I have some of that in me. And that's one of the most wonderful things for me about dream work is that it's really good at bringing those kinds of things into awareness, because when they come into awareness, then we have a chance to transform them if we want to, or build on them if there's something that we really, if it's kind of in an early stage, and it's a good thing.
Yeah, I definitely think you have a unique job, because this is my first time ever hearing about a dream therapist. I didn't know a dream therapist exists, so I'm like really taking in all what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, it is unusual, and there aren't a lot of dream therapists. I mean, to put it in context, I'm interested in therapy. I'm interested in all kinds of personal growth, and the difference, I think, I'm sorry about the airplanes. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. I just lost my train of thought. It's coming right back. So I'm interested in all different kinds of therapy. What's different about working with dreams is that what's front and center is working with the unconscious and welcoming the mystery of the unconscious, and welcoming those contents forward. And I think that it doesn't have, I think that there's more and more information about it, and many more ways to access dream work and dream groups and information about dreams. So I'm really hopeful and happy about that. But if you go to school to be a therapist, dreams are way, way down on the list. Which is a little bit discouraging, because what research has shown is that if dreams are a very, very efficient way of getting to the actual problem. They cut through a lot of kind of baloney and defenses and, just all this stuff. They kind of get right to the point. And that's not to say that other kinds of therapy don't have value. Of course they all do, but my personal bias is that because dreams they're going to a personal source of wisdom that we can really rely on. And so anyway, there's not a lot of dream therapists running around, because it is still not running around, but having offices, and you don't hear about it that much, because therapy education programs, there are relatively few that really value dreams and really, make that a central part of the education process. So it's a little bit more on the outer periphery of therapy, but there is an International Association for the Study of Dreams that is a global organization, meets every year, has activities all year round. And they are growing dream work all over the world and researching. They're doing scientific research and finding out, what are some of the most effective ways to use dreams in therapy. And so it is a growing field, and it's an exciting one, and one that I will never be bored studying dreams.
You kind of touched on this earlier, but I wanted to know if you can kind of maybe answer for myself and anybody that's listening, the importance of dreaming, and why do our dreams have meaning behind them?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, and of course I was thinking a lot about, as I was, popping in and out of the podcast, which I just want to briefly say, you are awesome. This is such a project to have such a long group, and what wonderful speakers. And I've just really been enjoying it. I haven't been able to listen to all of it, but of course I've been thinking about students and about this age group of high school students, and about community organizing, and about bringing students, bringing their talents into the community so that they can really get integrated and taken advantage of. I don't like that phrase so much, but integrated and put to work. So I did want to just say about students and the value of dreams. First of all, the thing I need to say is that I hope that most people know this, but we have a real epidemic of sleep deprivation in our culture, and really, I don't think it's limited to our country or our culture. So, with regard to students, it is just bottom line. If nobody learns anything about dreams, if I can just put a good word in for everybody needs more sleep, and if we do without, if we limit our sleep or we don't get enough sleep, you can't just make up for it by getting more next year. They think, maybe within a week, if you have kind of not very much sleep for a week or two, that you can sort of make up for that. But if you have a chronic habit of not getting enough sleep, that really has an impact on how the brain works, on how effective we are and all that. And particularly for students, I did have a great opportunity a few years ago to work, I did a volunteer 10-week dream group at Septima Clark Academy on James Island. And that was such a blast to work with the students. I say work, but it was more fun than anything. Their energy, the creativity, they're just ready to bring themselves to the table and talk about these dreams and share them and learn from them and that kind of thing. But yeah, everybody needs more sleep. What sleeping and dreaming does, first of all, everybody does dream every single night, whether we remember it or not. And whether we ever remember a dream, work with a dream, care about a dream, they're always helping us to be healthy and to balance out our lives. So if we're having particularly difficult time in our waking life, a lot of times we'll have calming dreams or sometimes really uplifting dreams. They do compensate, that's sort of in the mainstream language. Dreams do compensate for what goes on in waking life. And so getting more sleep and allowing for the time for dreams is really, really important, and that they're working for us no matter what. One of the things, so they can do a lot of things, and dreams comment on, there's kind of an infinite list of things that they can talk about, but they can comment on the health of the dreamer, the relationships, the goals of the dreamer, aspects of the dreamer that's holding them back in some way. And so in working with them, those aspects, just having the dream can allow the person to continue to progress and develop along those lines. But actually remembering a dream and working with it can just speed that process up and make a lot of that information so much more conscious, so much more quickly. So tell me your question again. I get a little bit, I think. Was it like, what do they offer us? What do they?
Oh, why is it important for us to dream, and like, why do our dreams have literal meanings behind them?
So we have to dream. It's part of being human. Everyone dreams. Everyone always has dreamed, and if we're deprived of them, we can really become very mentally ill and psychotic and psychosis, and really really lose touch with reality. So it's just something that actually does. It just happens every night for all of us. And some people think that there is nothing that has happened in human evolution that wasn't dreamed first, just to give you an idea of how important a lot of people think dreams are, that it is the imagination. It's where we can experience things before they're experienced in the waking world. And dreams always bring new information. So even though we might, wake up and be like, oh, there's that old dream again. Every time we have a dream, it's bringing us something from our unconscious that has some wisdom for us in our waking lives.
Do you have any tips so I'm fascinated by this topic. And I know that I don't remember my dreams very often, if at all. Do you have any tips, or do you have any knowledge of why I don't remember my dreams or a lick of any of my dreams, but my roommate can recite them backwards and forwards?
Yeah. So I think there's, lots of different reasons. Let me talk about the tips first, because they usually are fairly effective. The biggest one is the intention. If you're interested in remembering your dreams, what I suggest is, first of all, definitely paper and pen by the bed, or a recorder, whatever you might use. Maybe an iPhone would work, but something to get it down. Because what happens is, again, because these dreams are coming right out of the right side of the brain, as soon as we start to wake up, we shift over to the left side, and we begin to think about, what do I need to do? I need to get out of bed. And then pretty soon the dream just evaporates. So having something to record it is really, really important. And before going to bed, kind of maybe even writing on the paper, tonight or in the morning when I wake, I will remember my dream. And just having that sort of affirmation, I intend to remember a dream. I'd like to have a dream. I'm going to remember my dream, and I'm going to write it down. And so just affirming that before going to bed. Some people also talk about, depending on what your sleeping space is like, that, maybe making sure that your room is not that it's comfortable. I won't say, I have a thing about clutter. Some people don't. If my room is really, really cluttered, I better clean it up, because it is distracting for me, and I don't like that. But some people are, be very comfortable with something really cozy and cluttered, but so it should be comfortable. There is pretty wide agreement that you got to turn off the screens with a good amount of time before going to sleep or going to bed. That's really a good idea, to have at least a half an hour, and to have some calm time and to make that affirmation. And usually if you do that, 3 or 4 days in a row, something will come. And I would want to emphasize that you might remember an epic journey, or you may remember one color, and whatever you remember is important. That just to write down immediately, oops, sorry about that. To immediately write down whatever it is that you can remember. And the importance of that is just get it out of your head and onto some paper, partly for a little objectivity, but also just so that it doesn't disappear and evaporate like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. One other thing I will say is, if you start to wake up and you move, as soon as you're aware, get back into that same position that you were in while you were sleeping. That also seems to have an effect, because all of it's all connected, mind, body, spirit, it's all connected. So if you can kind of keep the conditions the same, you can maybe more easily remember the dream.
All right,
Awesome.
thank you. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
You go ahead. I was just saying thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on and dropping that knowledge about dreams. Like Sam said, I'm fascinated about it. So I have some tips now when I go to sleep tonight that I'm going to use to make sure I remember my dream. And thank you for taking time out your schedule to chat with us too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I enjoyed it. I see you have my friend and our mayor, Seckenberg. Nice to see you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, how are you?
Here.
Thanks again.
There's my feminist right there. And Reverend King is signing on as well.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Doing well.
Thank you so much, Reverend King. Thank you so much for coming on. I know you've had a hectic week, so just thank you for taking time out your schedule, and you too, Mayor Tecklenburg, for taking time out your schedule to come chat with us today. I'm excited to have you two closing out our podcast-a-thon. You guys are our last time slot.
Great. Thank you for having us, Kayla. Appreciate it. You know Sandy?
Yes,
Hi,
hello.
Kayla.
How are you?
Hi, Sam.
Hey,
Hi,
nice to see
Rab.
Hey there.
you.
I love how we all just like reconnecting with each other, because I know Sam knows Mayor Tecklenburg and First Lady Tecklenburg, and I know Reverend King, you know Sam, Mayor Tecklenburg, and First Lady Tecklenburg. So it's just nice to see how you guys are interacting with each other.
Thanks. I was looking forward to meeting you as well. When I read all of the things that you were doing, I was like, yes, I need to meet this shaker here.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I guess Reverend King, we'll start with you. Can you give a brief introduction to the people watching at home about who you are and what you do in our Charleston community?
Okay. Well, my name is Reverend Christian King, and I am the executive director and founder of a nonprofit called the Pink House. And that is an acronym for People Innovating New Kinships, helping others uplift services and education. And our focus is primarily within the Ardmore Sherwood Forest Neighborhood Association, which is west of the Ashley in Charleston. And that organization of visualization came as a result of a call that the Lord, in my work and my dedication to Him, said that I would like for you to go through to concentrate on, the youth in the community.
All right, thank you for that introduction. And then Mayor Tecklenburg and First Lady Tecklenburg, can you guys introduce yourself to the people at home? Because not all the viewers, I believe, are from Charleston. So I know who you are. They might not know who you are.
Kayla, did you grow up in Charleston region, or where are you from originally?
Yes, I'm from Charleston. I went to high school on James Island as well, too.
Oh, I see. Terrific. Well, I'm Mayor John Tecklenburg of Charleston. This is my wife, Sandy, the First Lady. And been serving now for 5 years and loving it. And I have 2 monthly things that I do that are just open to the public. One's Coffee with the Mayor, and one's Mayor's Night In, where you can, where we used to meet physically. Now you Zoom in. And Sam signed up for one about
You made my morning that morning.
2 or 3 months ago, and told me all about this incredible organization they got going, Doors to Dreams. And so I was sold right away. I said, Sam, if you're doing something, please include me. I'd love to participate. And Sam organized this really remarkable effort just a few weeks ago at the Pink House, where we built this playhouse in the backyard for kids to play in, and help clean up the property a little bit, and some other chores that Reverend King needed done. And so we had a wonderful time. But what was the greatest was the kids that were there from Burke High School who were in the program. So Kayla, I ran with the notion of Charleston being a place of opportunity for everyone. And particularly in light of everything that's happened this year with a new focus on equity and inclusion. And unfortunately, one of the areas we need to work on the most is our youth. And you look at the statistics of different things. Our young African-American youth, particularly young African-American males, need mentorship, need education. They need those opportunities. And that's what Sam and his team are all about, opening those doors to dreams that our youth, they have these dreams and they just need the opportunity to be able to fulfill them. So that's how we all got connected. Sandy?
Well, when Sam told a story there, either Sam or what's the other girl's name? I'm drawing a blank. Sam.
Carrie or Brittany?
Carrie. Maybe it was her. It was one of y'all told a story about one of the girls at Burke, and she, it's not a lot of people probably that ask you, what are your dreams? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
And And she wanted to be an artist. She wanted to draw, and which is dear to my heart because our youngest son wanted to do that too at the age of like 7. So they connected her with an artist. And to me, it's funny. I'm reading this book, and you can see all these little tags on the side. Is because everything is so important to me that I want to remember. And it's called The Awakened Woman. And she's amazing. She grew up in not Nigeria, but somewhere over there. And they had a speaker there, and she just sat in a circle one day, and somebody said, "What are your dreams? What do you want to do?" And this whole book and starts with you sharing your dreams with someone who can be powerful in connecting you with the person that you need to be connected with. Mm-hmm. And I think in this great life that we're all called to be great connectors and help each other. And
yes.
So I was so moved, and I owe Carrie a phone call, but it's this book just screams of Doors to Dream and her success story, and it is amazing. I'll have to get y'all a copy of that to read. It is amazing, and I'm just so flying high on hope with all their kids that they intertwine with, because I think a lot of kids don't even want to say what their dreams are because they know they're nebulous, and I'm never going to reach my dream. And I'm sure, Sam, you have encountered this a lot, but this book would say, no, you've got to then you got to write it down. Then you got to go bury it in the yard somewhere so you can remember it and think about it. And it's really a powerful story, Sam, what y'all are doing.
Well, thank you. And that's so kind. And I like to think that I am, my primary role is just to be a cheerleader and a guide, because all the kids that I work with have amazing abilities and amazing dreams and the ability to accomplish so much. I just want to be there to help them along the way and not let them lose sight of those dreams.
Absolutely. And I think part of our deal as community, the mayor, myself, the Rev, and all the people that we know and have come to know, we need to partner with you on their dreams and connect them to people that we know that would walk with them in their dreams.
Yeah. And so teaser coming 2021, I'm going to get more of a mentorship program off the ground where we actually do more formal pairing of students with people in the community, because there's so many amazing people in Charleston who are very well connected and very passionate about what they do. And if we could just get students matched up with those people, there are no limits to that. Like it'll only lead to good things, and students will then be able to kind of have a mentor and a guide to get from A to B and to whatever they need to do or wherever they need to be. So
absolutely
coming up soon.
We'll help you with that, Sam.
Oh, that's fantastic.
John and myself brought a nonprofit to Charleston for ex-offenders about 18 years ago now. And they're on the Navy base, and they're amazing. And their motto is each one teach one. But we have for 18 years loved to set up a mentor with them and walk them through their journey. When they're done with their journey, go pick up another one. Yeah. Go pick up another person and walk them through their journey. And it's not always easy, but it doesn't necessarily cost you money to do that. It just costs you connections.
Absolutely. And so that's been one thing that we've been trying to work on, is expanding the connections and expanding the network, which
Absolutely.
is what Kayla hosting this for us is simply the most amazing thing of all time. And we can kind of get our name out there and get people seeing what we're doing, and then having them become invested, and not me, but the students, because that's what it's all about, right? And so then getting them hooked up with the people that they need to know. And
well, I'm on a mission to get her to come speak here. I don't know how we're going to do that, but after you read the book, you let me know.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
She would be amazing as a fundraiser for your organization, I think.
Yes, ma'am. What is it called? The Awakened Woman?
The Awakened Woman by her name is Dr. Trent.
Okay.
And she's the woman who, if you read her story, you would have never believed she would have fulfilled her dreams, the background that she came from.
That's
It's
amazing.
amazing. It's a book you want to keep by your nightstand and just keep reading it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll definitely pick up a copy because I'm always looking for new books to read.
You
for
let me
sure.
know. Let me know what you think about it when you read it.
I will for sure. Reverend King, I kind of want to talk to you about how you started the Pink House. What has that been like for you? Because this seems, from what I've heard, it's an amazing, amazing opportunity. So can you talk to us a little bit more about the Pink House?
Yes, as a matter of fact, Pink House started, and I think that's one of the most important aspects of how the Pink House got involved. I was youth pastor for my church, and my way of teaching the Bible is that we would read the passage and we would discuss it in a way in which the person reading would be able to do critical thinking and see how that relate to their lives, not just some words there, but actually bringing this into their consciousness. And when I realized that a lot of the visitors that was with my kids, and we had a very small group, had challenges being able to read. And that was such a shock to me because I did not have any children of my own. So I was not active within the school or any of the education. I just assumed everybody could read. And so that to me was like my baptism, that Johnny couldn't read. And so one of the things that was extremely important was that it was not my responsibility to go through and interpret for them, but I had to somehow get them with the tools that was needed so that they could begin to do that for themselves. And it was important if they were going to be able to go through and be the conscious, contributing, empowered adult and leader that all their skills and talent was showing, it was necessary for them to get those tools. So I went to find ways in terms of that I could help them even within the short period of time that we would be together. So my way of teaching began to be a way that where I was facilitating both the learning and session for them as we were reading and engaging, but allowing them to have their voice. It was so necessary for them to be comfortable with their voice, to develop that, to get that there and be willing and to speak it and to stand and be committed to what their own voice says. So I ended up working with a number of reading organizations in order to get the tools, to get ideas, to go through and bring back and integrate with them whenever we had the opportunity to work together. So over time, they ended up graduating, and I learned from the family that what we were doing together was also impacting them in school. And so when that small group ended up graduating, some of the parents with still younger kids would come to me and ask me to go with them to school when the kids would end up having trouble. And so I ended up going with them. And it was such a surprise to me that I felt like I was an interpreter, that I was a bridge between them and the student and the parents in terms of saying, let's look at this as from another perspective. How can we go through to work together to address what is the root cause of this situation and some of the things that we could put in place? So everything worked out, and so I began to do that. And over time, it became very clear to me, or I felt that the Lord was saying to me, let's go through and I want you to find a place that you could work with the kids in the community on this challenge. Now, this is before faith-based initiative. This is before after school was even a portion. And so I went through to try to find a place and to work with the kids. And over time, that was a challenge because people were looking at me in terms of, you want us to go through and allow you to bring these hoodlums into our facility, or who's going to pay the rent? Where's the money going to come from? When the money comes, how's the money going to be divvied out? And I was shocked because I thought everybody was going to be on board for going through working with the kids. And so if I could sing, Mayor, my song would be, I've been duped and I've been scorned and I've been talked about sure as you're born. And so after a time period, my husband, who is a disabled veteran, 100%. And as I was going through all of this, he came to me one day as I was basically about ready to give up on the idea, because I was like, Lord, I've done it, I can't get anywhere. And my husband came to me and said, why don't you see if we can find a place? We'll see what we can do. Don't worry about trying to work under anybody else. We'll find a place. So within our neighborhood, as I used to be in real estate, there was a house that was dilapidated. And unfortunately, the lady who owned it actually had been killed there, an older lady, and she was like the mom of the neighborhood. Everyone loved her. And we were so devastated when we found out, that she had been killed. But she had no heirs except for a niece who was trying to sell the house at a ridiculous amount, and it was totally dilapidated. It was so bad that if the termites had sneezed, the whole house would have fallen apart. And if I didn't even know there was a market for used toilets, but apparently there was. And so I thought, and I said, well, let me see whether or not I could get something realistic in regards to this property. That worked out. My husband, who went through and renovated it, and that was an opportunity for him to give in his love, his time, and a healing time for him, because it was very devastating for him to now be out of the military on a health issue as opposed to still being active duty. So he went through, renovated the property, painted it pink, of which later on he disliked, but I told him, I said, you could always change it, but he thought he had spent that money on that. So when it was painted pink and with a mint green and kind of white, almost like a sherbet color, the Lord gave me the acronym, people, innovating, new kinships, helping others uplift services in education. And if you look at it, the emphasis there is on innovating new kinships. So it was not about a program. It was about an opportunity for the community where we were, for each to get an opportunity to learn of each other, to grow with each other, and therefore to transform the community from inside out. So it was about building that relationship, because in the Black culture, one of the things that we always do, we have relationships that going back to generations, we can't figure out how were you related to whoever, and over time we don't even know. It's not really there, but it's because of the love, the engagement, the connection, that sense of commitment that we've made to each other. And it was now time for our Black church to no longer abdicate its responsibility to the children. And it was also time for our Black communities to no longer advocate their community, especially of educating, socializing, nurturing, developing our Black youth and giving that responsibility over to someone else, but for us to come together, to collaborate, to work together in order to bring that together. So that's how the Pink House got started.
Yeah, thank you for telling us that story. It's amazing to hear your journey and how you almost wanted to give up, but since you didn't, it's turned into this amazing resources for kids in the community, and it's amazing to hear what you are doing in community. So I really applaud you for that, and thank you for all the hard work that you're doing in our Charleston community.
Thank you. And as a matter of fact, like I said, I really want to congratulate you with what you're doing as well. One of the with what you're doing, that's part of the joy and journey that I have with a lot of my kids during like I've had kids who were at 12 years old. We were the only group of kids that were at national conventions actually giving demonstrations on service learning, the same thing that that Sam and others were bringing back. So I felt with this opportunity of collaborating with Doors to Dreams that this was like the Lord going full circle saying, hey, the work you've done is there and it's being done, it's branching out. And to see these kids doing that and having joy and being able to give back to their community, it was so wonderful for me. So it was like, that was a blessing. And I felt the only thing I needed to do was just move back, let it happen, embrace it, thank the Lord, and thank all of those that made it possible, and especially the kids.
Yeah, for sure. And then for you, Mayor Tecklenburg, my question to you is, what's it been like serving as mayor for Charleston, the mayor of Charleston for the past 5 years now, I believe?
Yeah, it's a remarkable experience, I got to tell you. And I was just reflecting on this as Sam and Reverend King were speaking, and maybe it's what connected me so with Sam when he first told me about what Doors to Dreams are doing. You know, what is a mayor supposed to do? You asked that question. And I believe one of the jobs of the mayor is to listen to the aspirations, the desires, the dreams really of our citizens and try to make that happen. So really, in a way, Sam, I feel the role of a mayor is to do for our overall community, our city, what you're doing for these youth at Burke High School. So it's really the same theme of listening to your citizens and putting that together and try to move the ball forward in a positive way, in a progressive way, for the betterment of the community. So
and a few challenging moments along the way.
Oh yeah, does it come with challenges? Sure. In a year like this with coronavirus and everything else, but at the end of the day, it's about service, about self, and about serving our community and listening, and it's really uplifting. Let me share one quick experience. Just this past week, we with the coronavirus, some of our church groups who had been doing warming shelters decided not to do so this year. And so the city stepped up to the plate. And for the first time in decades, we had our own warming shelter. So when it got cold a week before last for the first time, cold enough, we opened our Arthur Christopher Gym. And the staff and they had recruited volunteers, and we served a good meal that night to those who were experiencing homelessness and otherwise would have been out in the cold. And the light of our Lord just shone through not just the staff, but the volunteers, and then the gratitude of those that we were helping that night. It was just so evident. They were so thankful, so grateful. So I got to tell you, when I am involved in something like that and I feel it and see it happen, it's just uplifting. It just makes what we all do so worthwhile, so meaningful. It's what life is all about, I believe. It's helping one another. So it's a great experience. And then I got my partner here, Miss Sandy. She's a remarkable part of many of these efforts, and it's been like a partnership.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I know we're running into the last 4 minutes of the whole show and you guys' segment, but my question for both of all three of you is why is it important to give back to our Charleston community? For the people that are listening who aren't from Charleston, why is it so important that we pour back into our beloved city?
I'm going to let Sam or Sandy take that since we've been speaking already. Sam, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll take it. I think giving back to the community, especially to the Charleston community, is the main reasoning behind it. And trying to make this succinct so I don't end up rambling forever like I tend to do. I think there's a lot of potential in the people in Charleston. I think that what Charlestonians are capable of accomplishing is endless. And it's just a matter of tapping in and unlocking that potential for a lot of people. So giving back allows not only people to feel more empowered and feel more capable of accomplishing all these great things, but also a rising tide what's the saying? A rising tide
lifts all boats.
Yeah. So like if everyone is going up, that's good for that's good for everyone. And so giving back allows us to make sure that rising tide is happening. And which is kind of ironic that Charleston.
And a kickoff on what you're saying, Sam, I think it's that we also grow as other people are growing. I mean, we grow too. You know, we just all grow doing it. Beautiful.
It truly is a win-win all the way around situation. And not only does the beneficiary of giving back grow and help, but like Mrs. Tecklenburg said, we also grow as well, and we develop as well, and we become even more interconnected with our neighbors. And that's what it's all about, having those relationships and those connections with others.
So Kayla, before we end up,
Christine Reb was talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pardon
me.
I just want to say in reference to your question that we have to understand we're all one. Even, in the Bible, when we turn and, you look at your hand, in order to do this and use your fingers while we're all independent and separate, basically, this hand is one in a unit. Our individuality need to be there for who we are, but we need to understand in terms of, it's called interdependence, in terms of, for me to make it also depend upon you. Let's work together and to give back in terms of especially Charleston, to help it grow, because this is our space, this is our place. So let's make it a place where we're healthy, happy, and holy.
So Kayla, I'm just going to ask everyone who's listening in to check out doorstodream.org, the website for this wonderful organization, and follow the example of Sam and Reverend King in mentoring to our youth, and hope everyone has a happy holiday. Happy Hanukkah,
Sam,
Merry Christmas.
Tell us just briefly, do we have a second about your new initiative, like to be a member?
A member of
Doors to Dream, like with the key?
Oh yes, so we are trying to get 20 monthly donors, and we're already up to, I believe, like 15 or 16. 20 monthly donors to continue to fuel our mission and our work with our students. We are not able to do what we aim to do without the help and support of our community as well. So if you would like to, shameless plug here, if you would like to donate or check out more, like Mayor Tecklenburg said, go to www.doorstodream.org. There's a donate button there. There's other ways to get involved, whether it being a volunteer, whether it being a mentor, whether it being an ambassador for our work and for our students. And then also, if you would like to learn more, please contact me at samclements@doorstodream.org, and I can get you where you need to go. And we'll make sure that everyone is taken care of. But before we sign off, I know this is the last few seconds, Kayla, and then everyone else who joined on, huge thank you. It is moments like these that make our work very special. And I really appreciate all the community support. not only from these wonderful people on the call now, but everyone else who has supported us over the past few years. And then everyone who joined the podcast today. It has been truly a joy and truly a pleasure. And I just want to give a huge, huge thank you to everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sam, for allowing me to, actually put this crazy idea into use, because it was a lot. I had no idea that I would be able to pull it off, but I did. Thanks to you guys, thanks to your help, Carrie and Brittany's, and then Reverend King and Mayor Tecklenburg and First Lady. Thank you guys so much for coming on and taking time out your busy schedule. Your energy was great. We learned a lot of great information, and just being our last time slot for this whole entire podcast-a-thon.
Look us up when you're here, Kayla.
And we want you to move back to Charleston now when you graduate.
I'll be back in Charleston for the winter break actually tomorrow, so I'm heading home fairly soon.
All right, awesome.
Stop by and holler at us.
I will for sure. And to everyone at home, thank you so much for donating and just tuning into this podcast-a-thon. It's really been
Thank you,
Can I say one thing right quick? On Tuesday, we are going to have with the city, the fire department and others to bring Santa to the kids at 4:00 at the Pink House. They're going to be going through. So thank you, Mayor, and the city, that even in this midst that we get the kids get a little joy holiday season.
Awesome. Terrific. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Sam. Bye, Kayla. Bye, Rev.
Bye-bye.